never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Turn the microphone on. That way you can hear me. Hey there, time to get the show on the road. All right, got the hard part behind us. Monday in the books. We'll be working our way into a Tuesday here, time zone to time zone, as we make our way into the 4th day of May. Yeah. I mean, how many times will you hear it today? Oh, may the 4th be with you. For the Star Wars fans, you'll get it. You get the deal, right? May the 4th be with you. That is today. And today also, our favorite time of the year in the trucking industry. The annual 72-hour road check officially gets underway. You know, I always like to hear from our listening friends out there on the road. Do they really kick things off at the midnight hour? Or I know they're going to have some special activities coming up in D.C. later this morning. You'll have what the FMCSA administrator will be out there. They'll do a ribbon cutting thing and, you know, kind of officially get road check kicked off, get it underway. Good times. So for the next 72 hours, you're under the gun, right? You've been forewarned for months. So have your T's crossed, your I's dotted, and your paperwork in order. Big focus this year supposedly is going to be lighting. Make sure all your lights are operable. All right, 24 hours ago at this time, we were talking about severe weather in parts of Mississippi. It was actually a tornado emergency at the time there in Tupelo. After that system had already dropped a tornado back in Yazoo, Mississippi. And, of course, as anticipated, when the sun came up, there was a lot of damage. And there's the potential for more of the same as we progress on into even through the overnight hours here. As we speak, there's a broad area of severe thunderstorm watches in place, stretching from southern Missouri, a good portion of Arkansas, about the western three-fourths of the state. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings right now in northwestern portions of Arkansas. Some of those cells on over into eastern portions of Oklahoma. You actually have tornado watches in place for east central and southeastern Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm watches then stretching on down into central Texas, much of about the northeastern quarter of the state of Texas, big area. And again, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings along a very powerful line of thunderstorms there. Looks like primarily east of Dallas right now. East side of Dallas, you're still seeing a little bit of rain, but the strong storms stretching from right about Paris, Texas, down into Waco, Texas. Again, many of those prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. That big batch of strong thunderstorms. The severe weather just to the east of Springdale, Arkansas. The line is pushed through Springdale. Let me check the direction. Everything pushing off to the east and gradually the northeast. And more strong storms up there in the northeastern portions of Oklahoma. Now, there's another batch of showers and thunderstorms where they're not prompting severe warnings at this hour, but you've got a lot of rain back in the Texas Panhandle region from Amarillo, not quite down to Lubbock. So, yeah, north of Lubbock, but you don't get too far north there, and then you're in heavy rains there as well. You've got some general shower activity fired up in central portions of Kansas tonight. Another area, cluster of showers and thunderstorms there in southwestern portions of Georgia. Those storms pushed through Montgomery, Alabama over the last few hours, not prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, but definitely some torrential rainfall in the mix there. Separately, you get up into the southwestern portions of Indiana. There's a few counties in southeastern Illinois. There's actually severe thunderstorm watch in place for that region as well. I'm not seeing much activity on the radar there. I do see a cluster of thunderstorms up there in moving into north central Indiana. Those will be pushing probably just to the north of Lafayette, Indiana, and progressing eventually through the overnight hours toward Fort Wayne. They're expected to continue kind of losing their punch. Won't be packing quite a punch once they get over toward Fort Wayne. But there's going to be a very large area of the country that could be at risk for severe weather as we roll into a Tuesday here. Following an outbreak of tornadoes across Mississippi as we wrapped up the weekend, including the big nighttime tornado that struck the city of Tupelo. All right, some potent storms, hail, damaging winds, a few tornadoes reported across Colorado's Front Range and the Central Plains as we go back to Sunday as well. The storms on into Tuesday will pose similar hazards, but over a much broader and more populated areas. Even outside of those areas that forecasters are zeroing in on for more concentrated severe risks, any thunderstorms across the central and eastern states could turn severe with gusty and local level severe weather early this week. You've got several different disturbances high up in the atmosphere. You couple that with the warm, humid air out and ahead of these systems, and that's going to spark some fairly widespread downpours and thunderstorms. Even overnight tonight, Monday night into Tuesday morning, there's a system ejecting out of the Rockies that's going to fire up thunderstorms. That's the storms we're seeing over eastern Colorado into southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. The threat is then forecast to extend on over into the lower Ohio Valley later in the day. These severe storms could bring large hail, intense lightning, flash flooding, and damaging winds. Winds gusting to possibly 80 miles per hour, according to AccuWeather. That's a possibility. Some of our larger metro areas, Little Rock, Arkansas, St. Louis, on up into Indianapolis, the zone that could be in the crosshairs for some of these powerful storms. Make sure you have a way to receive your weather warnings before heading off to bed, as the risk for severe weather continues well after dark. All right, even outside the main threat zone, locally dangerous storms, isolated tornadoes may occur across parts of the southeast today. Severe thunderstorms, including tornadoes, can occur in a swath from, we're saying, central Alabama through central and northern Georgia, eventually up into middle and upstate South Carolina, part of North Carolina. Atlanta was one of those areas at risk for dangerous thunderstorms. Folks there actually woke up or got into the midday hours, and there was a radar-indicated tornado-warned thunderstorm just southwest of Atlanta. And that this particular, via the radar, there was a debris signature. Radar-indicated debris, kind of a telltale sign that a tornado's on the ground. We did Monday afternoon see additional tornado-warned thunderstorms in Georgia. Have had a few in the Carolinas. So stay vigilant. Even after one storm hits more than one storm could target the same locations. Some communities could be hit by more than one thunderstorm and could find yourself under more than one tornado warning. As we progress through the day today, another round of dangerous weather, as we'll see this surge of very humid air expanding northward through the Gulf states. It's going to collide with this storm moving up along the front from East Texas to the Ohio Valley. Now, we'll probably see an outbreak again of thunderstorms that'll likely linger well into Tuesday night. Thunderstorms later today, targeting cities stretching from, say, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Jackson, Mississippi, Nashville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Alabama, Atlanta, potentially more northern areas. We could be talking Louisville, Kentucky, Charleston, West Virginia, even Pittsburgh. Now, Tupelo and some of the other Mississippi towns that were devastated by Sunday's tornadoes. Again, you'll find yourselves right in the middle of the threat zone. Storm hazards include hail, flooding downpours, tornadoes, and damaging straight-line winds up to 75 miles per hour. Obviously, pockets of flash flooding as well. All right, you got travel plans across the central and eastern states, whether on the ground or air travel, which looks like air travel has really been rebounding in recent weeks. Even without flooding problems, the torrential downpours are going to lead to some issues out there for motorists, obviously. Reduced visibility, ponding of water on the roadways. So, all right, there's a look at what we anticipate for our Tuesday. Now, let's go back. What did we see through the day on Monday, which was, again, a very active day? As the tornadoes moved across the south, lots of damage. Homes, uprooted trees stretching from Mississippi all the way into Kentucky. As I mentioned, there was a tornado in Atlanta forcing thousands to seek shelter there. There was one man killed when a falling tree brought power lines down onto his vehicle. The motorist was pronounced dead at the scene after fire crews cut him from the vehicle. That was in Douglasville, Georgia, west of Atlanta. The weather first turned rough in Mississippi Sunday night. As we all well know, Tupelo. Some people, nothing left of their homes. They shared some of the stories. Let's see, Gary McGinty recalled being at home, listening to the birds chirping, and then dead silence. Kind of a telltale sign. Nature knows. He looked outside to see this dark, ominous cloud, so he immediately took shelter in a hallway. He survived the storm, but he indeed had trees slam into his carport, a couple of vehicles outside the home. As we looked at photos from the National Weather Service office out of Memphis, they were tweeting out showing the downed trees, power lines. Tupelo Middle School sustained some damage, as well as houses and a number of businesses. Multiple reports of damage to homes on Elvis Presley Drive, just down the street from the home where Elvis was born. If you're not familiar, Presley was born in a two-room house in the Tupelo neighborhood. No indication that the historic home actually sustained damage there. It's now a museum in Tupelo. So numerous other reports coming in, light poles down, all that fun stuff. It's an active start to the new week here. Meanwhile, hope your week's off to a good start. Why don't we just jump right into it? Yeah, today it all gets underway. Road check, 72-hour road check, inspection and enforcement. The FMCSA Deputy Administrator, Mira Joshi, is going to take a look at some of the action later this morning. Now, of course, it starts today and goes through Thursday. Inspectors will be out in force across North America doing comprehensive checks on vehicles, looking for violations. If violations are found, you could be placed out of service. This year, inspectors paying special attention to lighting and hours of service is the word. Joshi plans to join executive staff of the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, and they're going to observe some of these inspections later this morning. According to a spokesperson, Joshi's scheduled to be at the Park and Ride facility off I-495-95 interchange near Greenbelt, Maryland at about 10 a.m., which that in itself is pretty much a guaranteed forewarning if you're going to be passing through there. That region, there's a good chance you're going to be pulled in. The cameras are going to be rolling, as it's all for show. But all right, meanwhile, other industry headlines. More than 2 months behind schedule, the Florida Department of Transportation announcing the Pensacola Bay Bridge will reopen by the end of this month. In their latest update, Pensacola Bay Bridge recovery efforts, Florida DOT said the reopening is on schedule for the week of May 31st. Initially, it was supposed to reopen in March, but shortly before that, crews discovered that more damage needed to be repaired. Contractors, according to the update, completed the installation of multiple stay-in-place forms and are currently pouring and leveling concrete on the bridge. After they're through with that, they'll build a reinforced protective wall for motorists driving over the bridge. And the crews will also install electric conduit. And, of course, you got to stripe the roadway. Meanwhile, what do you see? Oweida's tour trailer headed up to the Northeast, stops in New York, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and New Jersey, all on the schedule. But first, we got to stop in Lodi, Ohio. Let me see. Spirit stops May the 4th, that's today, through the 6th at the Lodi TA Travel Center. That's at the junction of I-71, I-76, and Route 224, exit 209. All right, Lodi, what do we have here? Parking for 237 tractor trailers. You got the full-service Country Pride restaurant, which is open 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. The Lodi TA, 30 miles west of Akron, about 50 miles southwest of Cleveland, Ohio. And Skipper of the Spirit says the buzz out there has been conversations about speed limiters. Conversations one evening at Oweida's tour trailer recently drifted toward that. Reports from Marty Ellis, the skipper there, Said it's kind of a hot button issue for OOIDA as well. They have often argued that a mandate requiring the use of speed limiters would do more harm than good. And recently, the National Transportation Safety Board listed speed limiters among its most wanted safety improvements. OOIDA has something to say about it. They've also explained to our new Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, the danger of speed limiters, encouraging him to reject that. There's other things in the legislative section we'll get to coming up here. Meanwhile, rolling up on 18 past the hour. Our number is 844-844-3388. Let me jump up here to Scrapyard, I believe, is on the line. First out of the box this morning. What's happening, Scrapyard? Oh, we lost Scrapyard. Yes, we did, didn't we? I think, what was he saying? He's in Arkansas. We got some emergency weather out here. Let's see. You're talking about a shutdown here on I-40. All right, if you can't dial us back up, Scrapyard, and try to get the latest on what's going on there. All right, let me see here. Let me click over and see if we've got any issues as far as like tornado warnings. I'm not sure exactly what he was talking about. They do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm not seeing any tornado warnings there, especially in northeast Arkansas. They did have a special weather statement. These severe thunderstorms along a line extending from near Irby to Jasper. These storms moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And they're saying 60 mile per hour winds along the line of this storms, penny-size hail, according to the radar. All right, so that's enough to do some damage, right? All right, meanwhile, again, it's 844-844-3388. Looks like he was able to dial us back up. Take two, Scrapyard. Let's try again here.
All righty there. Yeah, it's a complete clutch out here on I-40 westbound through Arkansas. We got a 50-mile backup now. Multiple semi-wrecks, even out here at Ozark, Arkansas. Tornado went across around the Van Buren area. They're reporting damage all over Crawford County, Sebastian County. Multiple semis rolled over. I'm sitting on the get back on ramp on the side there. They're talking like a 5-hour wait. The first wrecker came around me. A truck's clear up here by the rest area at westbound rest area at Ozark, right before you get to it. Rolled over, clear across the road. The first wrecker came in. Well, they wrecked the wrecker.
Oh, boy.
And now two more wreckers have showed up, so they're talking at least 5 hours. But apparently there's multiple trucks rolled over, multiple wrecks. Trailer split open on another wreck that just happened here. And a pickup truck drove right through the middle of the trailer, apparently, or tried to. And so out here in Arkansas, the western edge of Arkansas, from pretty much the state line all the way over to Ozark, mile marker 37. If you can find a way around, for the love of God, please try to find a way around. It's pretty messed up out here. Lots of damage and messed up trucks.
Okay, earlier I did see they had a tornado warning it was about 11 o'clock Eastern, just a little over an hour ago. There in northwest Arkansas.
I was right in the middle of it.
Is that right? And it said I-40 between like the 15 and 22 mile marker, I-49 between the 25 and 34 is where the tornado
Yeah, all up in there. It was actually more than one tornado. It's a supercell that came across. It was spinning them up quite heavy and all that. I pulled over here at the Love's truck stop at the 37 and tried to take cover in there and it was blowing me all over the place, rocking my trailer back and forth, truck back and forth. Luckily, I was inside of the fuel bay when that happened, and because it would have flipped my truck, and it gave that place a pressure washing for sure. They're going to have to find all their trash cans now because they left the scene of the wreck.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, well, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, strong thunderstorms. Yeah, Northwest Arkansas is.
Yeah, like I said, it's over a 50-mile backup on the westbound side, all the way back to Russellville, Arkansas, around the 84, and I'm at the 37.
All right. Well, good luck. Thanks for the update, Scrapyard. Doesn't sound like a good time, but
Hey, you're welcome, my brother. All my brothers and sisters out there, y'all be safe and keep your head on a swivel because it's darn sure getting rough out here.
all right. Thank you very much. I'm looking at the current radar scene. All right, we've got some strong storms just to the east of Branson, Missouri. Heavy rain going to be pushing into Branson, and this line of storms in northwest Arkansas, kind of pushing off to the northeast, may probably be pushing through there the next hour or two. Let me back things up timing-wise. Right now, you've got big-time torrential rains stretching from Springdale, Arkansas, moving into Harrison, Arkansas. Southward, still torrential rains and strong winds crossing I-40 there on down east of Fort Smith. And there's more where that came from because they're, like, as they said, you don't let your guard down. After one cell pushes through another, it could follow suit because you've got more storms stretching on back down all the way down to, was that Mena, Arkansas? Yeah, pretty broad area. And, of course, back into northeastern Oklahoma. Should say central and east central Oklahoma. Yeah, it looks like all the action's well east of Oklahoma City now. Tulsa, looks like the heaviest, at least for the moment, is pushed through your area. But yeah, you're in the heavy rains all the way. I-40, not a fun night to be from central Arkansas over into nearly central Oklahoma. Good times out there. All right, let me see here. We're looking about 25 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Doc?
Well, hello, Steve. Maniac, he lives pretty close to that. He lives there in Russellville, Arkansas.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, let's hope he's okay down there.
I knew he was in Arkansas, but I wasn't sure what part of the state he was in.
Yeah, Russellville, he's only about probably 40 or 50 miles from where that guy was talking all that stuff was hitting. So I imagine they got their share of it, too. I just came off of 275 because 71 South is closed across the bridge, so I had to take 275 around Cincinnati here.
I was going to say, you're right in our neck of the woods.
Yeah, it's pretty close to you there. I'm headed down here to Winchester. I'm on a little dedicated run right now, running Springfield, Massachusetts down to Winchester, Kentucky twice a week. And I try to do my 34-hour restart. I might try to do it over close to the Hollywood this week. But I was going to the Hollywood the other night, and I called over there, and they only had one poker table open.
Is that right?
And not open, but only one table going. And I'm hoping more people will start going to the Hollywood playing poker because a lot of them are going downtown to that Hard Rock deal playing. But the Hollywood's a real nice place to play at. Good food and everything over there. So I'm hoping more people will start going there and start playing poker. But speaking of gambling, Steve, Big Ed called me today. And I guess he heard me last night on the radio. And he says, Doc, you're right. If it hadn't have been for you, I wouldn't have went to that casino and I wouldn't have won all that money. He said, so he's putting $500 check in the mail and sending it to me, Steve. He told me to be sure and check my mail when I got home.
No, is he gonna...
And then he said, wait a minute, Doc, I'll just put $500 cash in there and send it to you. So Big Ed's mailing me 5 $100 bills. And he said it should be in the mail when I get home.
Now, are you going to trust him on that? I mean, I'm surprised he didn't say he'd fax it to you.
Well, you didn't hear the rest of the story, Steve. He was on the way down to the post office, and he calls me back, and he says, Doc, this big storm came through Oklahoma today, and the wind just as I was about to put your money in the envelope, the wind caught it and blew it away, and I chased it all the way down the road, but I couldn't catch any of it.
Go
Steve,
figure.
I don't know. That sounds like a Big Ed story to me. What do you think about that?
I think that's a Big Ed story. That sounds about par for the course.
Yeah, the wind took the money right out of his hand, and he sounded real serious. I kind of felt sorry for him. I said, well, Big Ed, if it floated away, ain't nothing we can do about that. Easy come, easy go. And he was almost in tears there, Steve.
Oh, poor Big Ed. And poor Doc, man.
Yeah.
That's...
I know. Later, Steve.
Have a good morning, Doc. Thanks for checking in. All right, what do we got? About a minute before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. Get the latest here. Plenty of room for you. If you'd like to chime in, maybe if you've got some updates, like Scrapyard, what's going on out there, weather-wise, could help out some of your fellow drivers, feel free to dial us up, and we'll try to get to you ASAP. It's 844-3388. What do we see here? 3 killed in a crash in Idaho over the weekend near Mountain Home, Idaho. I believe 7 vehicles involved, a semi-truck, a couple of cars, 4 pickup trucks. And it was apparently it's a dust storm. Reduced visibility. All right, 3 people dead in that crash. Investigators believe 45-mile-per-hour winds in the area, kicking up dust, reduced visibility, leading to the multi-vehicle crash. There was a power line in the area also knocked down because of the wind. I guess details surrounding the crash are still under investigation. All right, great to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. We close out a Monday. We'll transition Tuesday coming on. Another very active weather day, obviously. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A suspected armed intruder was shot Monday evening outside the headquarters of the CIA. The FBI says the suspect was stopped by guards near the main entrance when he exited his vehicle with a weapon and was shot by FBI agents. The suspect was wounded and hospitalized for his injuries. Officials say the suspect did not make it onto the grounds of the CIA compound, and his motives remain under investigation. And Florida's governor has signed a law allowing him to lift all local COVID restrictions beginning this summer. Governor Ron DeSantis signed the legislation that allows the state to cancel remaining restrictions, like mask mandates and capacity limits on businesses that communities have in place starting on July 1st. DeSantis also signed an executive order to immediately abolish those restrictions before the law even goes into effect. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. Dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I'm just scouring through the archives of severe weather on Monday. And I'm scrolling down, I'm seeing, man, there were a lot of tornado warnings. I counted 50 tornado warnings dating back through the day this past day. Now, even in the last 3 hours, look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, half dozen tornado warnings in the last 3 hours. Maybe things are settling. These storms are still producing numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We just punch up the latest one out of Arkansas there. There's this line now progressing, getting over towards central Arkansas. Latest warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. If you're on I-40 between the 85 and 95-mile marker, that's quarter-size hail. That's enough to do some damage to your truck. And, of course, the trees and whatnot. So, yeah, very active weather night here. Meanwhile, let me get back to the callers here at 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Well, I don't know if any info I'm going to give you is going to help. I'm over here in Little Rock trying to outrun all that mess back there behind them there. But US 64 runs parallel to I-40 within about 5 miles. So, I mean, any exit you take, you can go south down there and catch 64. But they've had a tornado come through there. You're just going to get the same mess down there on 64, too. So I don't know. You might just want to just wait it out, go to bed, you know.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea.
Yeah, any exit you take and go south, you'll run into 64 down there. But like I said, you get down there, you might run into something worse. You don't know. So, shoot, that stuff just barely right in behind me there, and I'm trying to outrun it. So, keep up the good work on the great show, buddy. I'm hammered down. We'll talk to you a little bit later.
It's trying to catch up with you. I don't know if it will or not, but I mean, it's kind of, Little Rock is, you're in the zone. Like I said, your severe thunderstorm watch is about the western 3/4 of the state of Arkansas. And, we could potentially see them add on an additional watch box as we progress through the night, as they typically do, as the storms continue off to the east, if they continue to pack a punch like they are right now. All righty. Who's next up on the list here? I believe Richard on the line. What's happening, Richard? Hello, Richard. Are you there? It says we got him, but says he wanted to talk something about outlawing gas-powered lawn equipment in California. I saw a headline about that this past day. See if I can pull that. I think AccuWeather actually had a video. AccuWeather or the Weather Channel, maybe one. Yeah, outlawing your gasoline weed eaters, gas-powered leaf blowers. It's crazy stuff, because we're going electric everything. Let me see here. What's going on with Steve this morning? How you been?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How was your weekend?
Had a good weekend, thank you.
That's good. Yeah, the rain's finally stopped here in Indiana. I just got through Lafayette and headed down to Indy. It's pretty dry right now, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
A lot of lightning still, but speaking of these tornadoes, Steve, that big wreck Scrapyard was talking about, man. There's nothing more nerve-wracking than driving in the pitch black and you can't see anything. You can't see that funnel cloud coming towards you. You don't know where it's at, and it's just somewhat frightening, to be honest with you.
Yep.
It's just a good thing that he was able to pull over and getting that pilot. But yeah, once I move down to Tennessee in a few weeks, Steve, Memorial Day weekend, I'll be driving in all these tornado-ridden states. I just can't wait. So, have you ever seen those tornado shelters, Steve, that you put in your garage?
Yeah, I've seen some demos of those. Yes, I have.
Yeah, so I guess what you do, they're pretty pricey too. They're about $3,000. It's just a metal, pretty much like a metal coffin. They're pretty good size. You can fit a few people in there. But what you do is you cut a hole in the middle of your garage floor, get the concrete up, and then you dig down and you set that sucker inside your garage floor. And then, when there's a bad storm, you got a latch and a door, and you crawl on in there. You can put chairs in there and food or whatever, and there's ventilation for air. And then there's also a hydraulic jack for the door. So once you close that door, if you get buried in debris or whatever, this jack will get that door open for you, so you can get the hell out of there.
Yeah, right.
But it seemed pretty interesting. But like I said, pretty expensive. $3,000 for a metal coffin.
Someone was telling me a few years ago about, I can't recall what state it was. It may be Kansas or something out there in the wide open, in the tornado alley, that like out on the interstate, every so many miles, they've got like a tornado bunker that you could pull off the highway and seek shelter in.
That's kind of nice. I've never seen one of those on the side of the road.
Okay.
But Yeah, I know down in Tennessee they've got shelters in, pretty much all the towns where you can go. But, if you got a twister right up on you, bad storm coming right up on you, you got to find somewhere to go sometimes within minutes.
Yep.
Whether it's, the bathtub in the middle of the house or, our house, our new house, the garage is kind of like on the lower level. It's kind of like a split level. So the main house is kind of up above the garage, a half a story. So I'm thinking that, if I go down 4, 5, 6 stairs, I can get up alongside that concrete garage wall there. So I'm kind of lower than the house if I had to take cover somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, right.
I think that would be a safer spot to go than, sitting in the middle of your house in the bathtub. I mean, I don't know. But I just hope I never have to ride out a tornado. That's got to be a pretty scary thing.
Yeah.
So, Steve, did you see that article I sent you about this Giuliani thing, what's going on, and this John Solomon?
Now, someone emailed me last evening and said something akin to, the Giuliani spoke to John Solomon, and there were two FBI agents that leaked to Solomon, and that's why they want to find out who those two FBI agents were. Is that the one?
Well, Steve, what these two articles are about, it's from Bongino's news page, and I just sent it an hour ago. Around the 1718, John Solomon was and Rudy Giuliani back in 2016-17. They were doing a lot of investigation into Ukraine, if you remember.
Right.
You remember all this Russian collusion and disinformation and how they were, trying to tie Hunter Biden with Burisma and corruption in Ukraine? That's what this is all about. This ambassador for Barack Obama, her name is Marie Yovanovitch. I don't know if you remember her. Trump ended up firing her in 2019 when she was the ambassador to Ukraine.
Yep.
But Steve, here's the thing. The reason I sent you that stuff was this investigation that they're doing right now into Rudy Giuliani. This isn't about him. This is about the information that they have on the Obama-Biden administration, and before that, and George Soros. I'm telling you, Steve, this deep state, this swamp, thinks. And they want to keep it quiet. So what they're doing with Giuliani is they're trying to decipher all the information that he has on this former Ukrainian ambassador for the embassy over there. Back when Hunter Biden was involved and Joe Biden was involved, and there's an oligarch that was involved, and George Soros basically put out a hit list of people that he wants prosecuted. So Rudy Giuliani and this John Solomon, who's a great reporter, they're being targeted by the FBI because they want their information, and they don't want their information to get out. So if you notice, they're creating another false narrative, which is just a distraction from the real truth. But Bongino digs very deep into these.
You mentioned a couple of names there. You mentioned several names there, Steve, that we could go back. Hell, it's been probably over a year ago when Pappy would stop by and have a smoke with me at my old location. And you mentioned the woman you named, the ambassador to Ukraine, the Trump fired. He mentioned all those names specifically to me. So that story's been around for a while, but they've been trying to keep it under wraps, I guess.
That's what they're trying to do here, Steve. That's why they're targeting Giuliani. They're targeting Solomon. They're trying to create false narratives like they did with the Russian collusion hoax. As a matter of fact, they're still bringing that up today, this fake news. Steve, here's the thing, and we talked about this before. Big tech, big media, George Soros founded outside organizations who are funded by him, the Obama-Biden administration, all these people played a part in all of this. Because here's this thing, Steve, and I think I brought this up to you. When Donald Trump won the election in 2016, that put a big monkey wrench in what they were trying to do. They never expected him to win. Hillary Clinton was a George Soros candidate that was backed by him and Barack Obama. And that's who they expected to keep this deep state running. And to what's going on right now, what Biden's doing to our country was, I think I told you this, was actually supposed to be happening 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But Trump threw the wrench in there. And that's why they tried to take him down. And there's anybody to do with Donald Trump today, they are still trying to take them down. And I'll tell you, Steve, you know, your old host, weekend host on the old show, he was a big John F. Kennedy conspiracy nut. You know, he went to Dallas and stuff, and with this one attorney, I forgot the guy's name, but Dave was really into that. And I'll tell you what, Steve, I've read a lot of books, done a lot of research on that assassination, and I truly believe in my heart that this deep state's been going on for over 60 years. I really, truly believe that. I believe that Kennedy was taken out by our government. And the only thing that kept, you know, they tried to take Donald Trump out as best they could without putting a bullet in his head. It was basically the same thing. They tried to take this guy down. They're still trying to take him down. And they're still worried about him in 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why this is all coming out with Giuliani. The guy, the FBI, here's another tidbit. The FBI agent that investigated Donald Trump's lawyer, Paul Manafort, and basically put him in jail, that FBI agent recently retired not too long ago. Do you know who he's working for now?
Who would that be?
George Soros.
Oh, huh.
Isn't that something? Steve, these people all tie together. Obama, Biden, Hunter Biden, you know, their whole crime family, all of it. And they don't want the American people to know the truth. That's the bottom line, just like the Kennedy assassination. They do not want us to know the truth. I mean, there's no way that our government did not take him down, because it was all about power, it was all about money, it was all about the Vietnam War. And the guy that was the head of the CIA back then, no other than George H.W. Bush. So maybe that'll tell some people something too. The Bushes aren't the Republicans they're all cracked up to be.
Yep.
So, but anyway, there's a lot of interesting things going on behind the scenes. And, you know, when they start targeting reporters and for reporting, you know, facts, that's a pretty scary thing. Because if they can do this to these people, they can do it to us. I mean, where are we living now? You know what I mean?
This
has been going on for a while.
That's exactly what Alan Dershowitz said over the weekend. You know, they might be going after people you don't like right now, so you don't think it's a big deal. But when the tables are turned, all of a sudden it's going to be a big deal. Now, it looks like it's a rather lengthy article. I won't have time to go through the whole thing, but what he's talking about, you know, John Solomon. John Solomon, his reporting regarding Ukraine actually became a subject of the House Intelligence Committee's impeachment inquiry against President Trump. several years ago. And John, this report was from The Hill in Washington, D.C., publication that's read by, I think, most, if not all, the lawmakers there in our nation's capital. Let me share a little bit of it so you can get the idea of what he's talking about, because everyone says, this is all just it's all big conspiracy stuff. Yeah, you guys are just crazy. The liberal mega donor George Soros made some big bets during, this would have been back for the 2016 presidential election. One of those was Hillary Clinton was going to win the presidency. Another bet was he could reshape Ukraine's government to his liking, and that his business empire might find fertile ground in that former Soviet state. So when Trump improbably marched to the White House and it started picking up steam in the spring of 2016, Team Soros marched to the top of the State Department to protect some of those investments, according to department memos, providing a rare glimpse into the Democrat donors' extraordinary access to the Obama administration. There was then Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland that received repeated calls and emails and meeting requests from Soros. This according to the memos obtained under the Freedom of Information Act by Citizens United. May 26 of 2016, for example, Chris Caravan of the Soros Fund management firm provided Nuland a written briefing under the heading Russia Sovereign Bond Issue. You see, at the time, Russia's President Vladimir Putin's regime posed a threat to Soros's vision for Ukraine. According to from the email, Toria, here's my take on Russia's foray into the bond markets this week, based on the market chatter that I've been able to pick up. Now, this guy, Caravan, worked on the for-profit side of the Soros empire. And his cozy nickname relationship with the top official responsible for Russia and Ukraine policy actually speaks volumes about the access Soros was afforded under the Obama administration. Like I said, it's a very lengthy, maybe how about I share the link to that on my Facebook page so you can read the story in total. Yeah, I remember some of those discussions. Yeah, you can't find many media outlets that are willing to even speak to the likes of John Solomon. All right, let me jump back up here about 5 before the hour. I believe Richard has dialed us back up. Let's try again. You got you this time, Richard.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I've got you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was the one that sent you the article about the lawn equipment. And another thing I like to talk about is how life changes on Interstate 80. I have a cousin. His father-in-law never left New York City, so he won't know what life is like in Laramie, Wyoming on I-80. Then you take the guy in Laramie, he wouldn't know what rush hour traffic is and all the BS you have in northern Jersey on Interstate 80. And it's the same way about policing. A small town sheriff deputy probably don't know what Cincinnati problems are or never will deal with those type of problems like your son does being a big city cop.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like a night and day difference being a sheriff in a place like Mayberry back in the Andy Griffith days versus being a cop in Chicago or New York City today.
Yeah, and even what you have to put up with to go to work in New York City or in northern Jersey and they think it's unfathomable to drive 50 miles to get to a supermarket. like you do in Wyoming.
Yep. When you go to the grocery out there in the middle of nowhere, you don't want to forget to get the butter that you were out of, because it's not like you're going to just run around the corner and get it, right? Here's the scoop he was talking about. 2 California Assembly members have introduced a piece of legislation that would effectively phase out leaf blowers, lawnmowers, and other outdoor power equipment in the state. AB 1346, Assembly Bill 1346, which proposes stopping the sale of new gas-powered small off-road engines. These are primarily used for things like leaf blowers and lawnmowers. The bill would also require all new sales of its SOAR, small off-road engines, SORE for short. The new legislation is tied to California's attempts to mitigate the impacts of climate change. You see, the bill would also require all new sales of SOAR to be zero emission by at least 2024. I mean, this isn't way down the line. It's time to phase out these super polluters that are not only bad for our environment, but can cause serious health issues for workers who utilize them every day. According to the press release, SOAR are engines that use a relatively low amount of power, like roughly 25 horsepower, but have a large impact. They can be harmful to air quality. Today, operating the best-selling gas-powered commercial leaf blower for 1 hour emits air pollutants comparable to driving a 2017 Toyota Camry from LA to Denver. That's great. Last year, by the way, the city of Sacramento passed a ban on using leaf blowers when the air quality index is at or above 101. By tying the ban to air quality, Sacramento landscapers would likely only need to find alternatives for a few days per year, supposedly. But if passed, the bill would phase out gas-powered engines, would not only ban the sale of those engines immediately in order to give the landscaping industry time to catch up. Okay, what should you find a new line of work, I suppose, right? We've got to get a news update here. We'll get back to your calls here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The President and First Lady are visiting an elementary school in Southern Virginia. It's part of a pitch for the sweeping new infrastructure program and its effect on schools. The President asked students how they liked at-home learning this past year.
I liked it. It was okay. It was pretty nice. It was downstairs.
Kids between 12 and the age of 15 could be eligible to get the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine soon. The FDA is reportedly poised to greenlight the shots as early as this week. 12-year-old Caleb Chung was part of Pfizer's vaccine trial program earlier this year.
I definitely hope we get back to whatever we would call normal eventually soon.
That audio courtesy of ABC's Good Morning America, and you're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
When I first switched over, because I stopped taking the other supplements I was taking and switched over all the way to Balance of Nature, I really noticed a huge difference. It was amazing. Like better sleep, better attention, better energy. It was just really, really great.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is preparing for the G7 summit next month.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is meeting with G7 foreign ministers in the United Kingdom this week to plan the G7 summit in southwest England next month. Chinese aggression is on the docket.
I think what we've witnessed over the last several years is China acting more repressively at home and more aggressively abroad. That is a fact.
Secretary Blinken on CBS News. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Census Bureau says the White House was not involved with the 2020 census after many Republicans questioned whether President Joe Biden's administration interfered with the results. The Census Bureau telling the Epoch Times no one from the White House or Commerce Department saw the results of the census until they were released to the public. House Republicans concerned because they ended up with lower population counts than what was estimated last year. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Wisconsin authorities are identifying the murderer who fatally shot 2 people and injured another at a casino complex. The murderer was 62-year-old Bruce Poffel, who had been recently fired from a restaurant on the property.
The Green Bay Police Department was able to engage and neutralize the suspect outside of the complex. On the north side of the building, the lone suspect was pronounced dead at the scene.
Brown County Sheriff Todd Delane saying the lone suspect shot 3 restaurant employees with a 9mm handgun. Opening statements are underway in the landmark civil trial pitting Epic Games against Apple. The case is being heard in California. Epic Games is a maker of Fortnite, and they're suing the tech giant on claims it has used its mobile operating system to stifle the growth of its competitors. Last year, Apple kicked Fortnite off its App Store after Fortnite offered its customers a different payment option. The action bypassed a 30% commission charged by Apple. As far as Apple's defense, Sarah Needleman is a tech reporter for the Wall Street Journal.
It's not here to defend its App Store policies. It's here to say that Epic broke its rules.
Ben Gilbert is with Business Insider. He tells ABC News this ruling could be a game changer.
One outcome could be that Apple is forced to allow other app stores onto the iPhone, which could mean less expensive stuff.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it for hour number 2 on a Tuesday, May the 4th. And our line of storms, rapidly pushing off to the east. Got a half dozen counties there in north central Arkansas. Some of these cells reporting half-dollar size hail. Yeah, definitely enough to do some damage. Yeah, these line of storms moving east at like 50 miles per hour. So again, not seeing any current tornado warnings, just lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. Of course, anytime you've got severe weather in this kind of an atmosphere, an isolated tornado could spin up at any time. Now, there's more thunderstorms that are there in the northeast corner of Texas, and they're just about to move over into southwestern Arkansas. And those are prompting severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Yeah, not a real fun night down in Arkansas at this point in time. All right, got an email from our old pal Wheelchair Dave. Dave, you haven't called in a while to give us our racing updates and whatnot, but that's what he's emailing about. Steve, racing legend Bobby Unser, 3-time Indy 500 winner, sprint car driver, Pikes Peak winner, passed away at the age of 87 over the weekend. Steve, if you could look up Bobby Unser's racing history and share some of that with your listeners. A little of his racing history would be greatly appreciated. One of my longtime racing heroes, like Mario Andretti, A.J. Foyt, Johnny Rutherford, drivers who could drive and win in any form of racing or weather for that matter, IndyCar, stock car, sprint car, as well as being a pilot and an aircraft owner. Rest in peace, Bobby Unser. There's Wheelchair Dave listening in there in Lake Lanier, Georgia. Yeah, so apparently died Sunday at his home in Albuquerque. Natural causes, according to the statement from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He was a member of, one of the most famed racing families and one of the greatest drivers in the history of Indianapolis. Capturing the Indy 500 1968, 1975, 1981. Dario Franchitti, another 3-time Indy 500 winner, said, "He's part of the Mount Rushmore of Indy." Unser's final Indy 500 victory in a Roger Penske entry was one of the most contentious outcomes and still disputed to this day. Unser won from the pole and beat Mario Andretti by 5.18 seconds, but officials ruled Unser passed cars illegally while exiting the pit lane under caution. That drew a penalty that docked him one position and moved Andretti to the winner. Penske and Unser appealed, and after a lengthy process, that penalty was rescinded in October of that year. Bobby was never exonerated of the infraction, and USAC, which was the sanctioning body of the only Indianapolis at the time, was a very weak organization, according to Andretti. Roger Penske's lawyers were a lot smarter than the USAC lawyers, and that's a fact. Bobby did commit the infraction, but under the circumstances, the penalty was too severe. So he was, in the end, fined $40,000, declared the winner of the 35th and final victory of his career. All right. Andretti, who infamously won only one at Indy, told the Associated Press that to this day, he wears the 1981 winner's ring he was presented at the banquet the day after the race instead of the one from his 1969 victory. Every time I saw Bobby, I would flash my 81 ring. That's the one I wear. I never gave it back. I just kind of rub it in his ear. Yeah, he said he last spoke with Unser about 3 weeks ago, actually. Unser, one of 6 members of the Unser family to race in the Indianapolis 500. An older brother, Jerry, died in a crash preparing for the 1959 Indy 500. Younger brother Al is one of the only 3 drivers to win the Indy 500 4 times. The Unser family tradition stretched to Al Unser's son, Al Unser Jr., who won Indy in 1992 and 94. They called him a ferocious competitor on the track and a larger-than-life personality that made him one of the most beloved and unique racers we've ever seen. So says Roger Penske. Yeah, Roger actually owns Indy now. He bought it up, a year or two ago? Yeah, beyond his many wins and accomplishments, Bobby was a true racer that raised the performance of everybody around him. And he was one of the most colorful character in motorsports. Born February 20 of 1934, Colorado Springs, Colorado, moved with his family as a child to New Mexico. His father owned a garage along Route 66, and he and his three brothers grew up tooling around in old jalopies. Before he quit high school at the age of 15, began his racing career at Roswell, New Mexico Speedway. After 2 years in the Air Force, 53 to 55, Unser turned to racing full-time in what became a very mighty career. His family was legendary at Pikes Peak International in Colorado, kind of nicknamed Unser's Peak because of their prowess at the annual hill climb. But it was Uncle Bobby who was the best. He dominated with 13 championships, including 6 straight, from 1958 to 1963. So there you go, a little bit of the history. But yeah, that's a big name in the world of motorsports. Moves on to the next chapter. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Let me first click over and I neglected to go over to see who's checking in here this morning. Go back to the start of the program here. Dave said, "How's Monkey Gouge doing?" Monkey Gouge is doing fine. We heard from him earlier this week. He was dealing with some of those storms there in Texas. He may even check in with us this morning. Not sure where he's at right now. Dale checking in from Jacksonville. Partly cloudy, 76 degrees here tonight. Headed for a high of 95. Okay, everybody, let's flood those phone lines. Keep Steve going and truck him safe out there. Thank you, Dale. Matthew's with us here this morning. Thank you, Matthew, for listening in. Crazy Ray, good morning from West Michigan. Let's see, I guess that would be Tank, right? Happy Tuesday, 61 degrees here in Arizona. Rolling west on I-40, headed to Fontana, California. Everybody be safe. Have a great day. Josh says, "May the 4th be with you." Yeah, you smart aleck. Scooter checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi, where they got hit by the storms Sunday night. We're at 75 degrees, and all the storms missed our place. We're all right down here. Regina says, "Hello from drying up Erie, PA. Praying everybody stays safe out there." Joe says, like so many have listened for many 30 years, back since the Truck and Bozo, never phoned or emailed, but I know all the drivers. Great program from Northern Ontario, Canada. Well, thank you so much for listening in there, Joe. And one more here, Steve. Please remind listeners about the GoFundMe page for Radar, a.k.a. James Radar Boykin, who had passed away, of course, here. Yeah, I contributed what I could. It appears James' wife is far short of meeting her goal. Okay. That's from Bob, who's actually not a truck driver, but yeah, it may be a little bit further down on the page. I did share the link on my Facebook, but maybe I should reshare that so it kind of bounces back up toward the top of the page and more people can see that. Yeah, thanks for all those checking in. We'll get to more coming up here as we roll on. Meanwhile, back to your calls and Good morning, inbred redneck.
Well, you know, big buddy, I tell you what, it's crazy out here. Buddy, I hear about all them storms down in Arkansas and everything else. But let me tell you, it's been raining ever since I left Maine, buddy. And the DOT is up there working in Maine. I'm giving you the Northeast report tonight.
Okay.
This morning, to let everybody know how everything's going. Well, the DOT's been working ever since yesterday morning in Maine. New Hampshire was working yesterday morning until about 5 p.m., which is unusual, you know. Up here, you know, in the Northeast, they really don't work it until they work it. You know
Right.
The rest of the time, it's closed. And, yeah, but Massachusetts, it was all clean. I mean, Connecticut now, they're not doing anything yet. But I'd say tomorrow they'll start kicking it real good. And I heard New York was open today, too. So if y'all out there, make sure all your ducks are in a row before you get in there and have to worry about where your ducks are. You know what I'm saying?
So it sounds like some of them are trying to get a little early start, a little jump the gun, so you maybe find some that weren't really prepared.
Yeah, I'd say that's what it is. Yeah, but I was up in Maine pretty much all day. Took a break up there and then come back down and out. And they had the scales open tonight. That was about 9 o'clock. And, you know, most of the time when Maine opens them up, 5 p.m., that's about the latest they'll run them, and then they shut them down. So, yeah, they're definitely starting a little bit early up there. And, so be careful if you're up this way. And plus, we got rain, buddy. That might keep them from going too hard tomorrow, you know. As they are some diehards out there, DOT officers that really love inclement weather, but for the most part, when it starts raining, a lot of times they go find a place to hide, you know what I'm saying? Buddy? But, yeah, I was coming down through Hartford there. On Interstate 84, they got some big old puddles of water. I guess you can hear it hitting the truck right now.
I do.
You know? And
Yeah. Yep.
Eastern Connecticut now just about ready to cross into New York. So, but, yeah, buddy, great news. Everybody was doubting Dogecoin. Thought it was going down. It was his last gasp. We're back up, buddy. It's almost banana hammock time for the inbred redneck.
Oh, no, not again.
Oh, yeah, buddy. I think I'm going to hold out for 50 cents. 41 right now, Steve.
Now you're getting greedy there, big inbred. You're getting greedy. You wanted. Well, you did want 50 cents last time, didn't you?
Yeah, buddy. I figured, well, you know, a cool $500,000. I can live with that. I don't think that's being too greedy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, short little retirement for me, Steve. 6 months maybe. Everybody needs a vacation like that, you know. And then I'll be right back to the grindstone, buddy. Still got one more daughter to get through college, and after that, we're off the road, buddy.
I just pulled up the numbers, redneck. You're at 43 right now. Dogecoin, 43 cents.
Well, I hope everybody buys in because I know a little secret for Saturday, and I'll just leave it at that. And 50 cents may be small change by Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy. That's what I'm aiming at Saturday, Sunday, and and I'll just call the boss, say, yeah, I'm going to take a little hiatus here and go on a sabbatical. And Steve, did you realize that there's a big difference in Spanish, between Mexican Spanish and Cuban Spanish, buddy? There's a big difference there.
Well, I did not realize that.
Yeah, buddy. But it'd take a smarter man than me to explain it all. But, just talk to any Cuban about it. Any ex-Cuban or, I don't think we ever got a phone call from Cuba yet. I know we're getting them from Australia, buddy.
Yeah.
But how about Cuba calling in tonight? And maybe, Steve, I'm going to try to pull a few strings, see if I can get them people down there at the Antarctic Station down there to call in, and maybe even the space station, buddy. I don't know if you can handle all that.
That'd be that'd be a cool call. Not many people get to talk to the International Space Station. That would be awesome.
Yeah, Steve, I'm going to see if I can get it going, buddy. I do know how to contact them. Anybody can do it, but it takes about $25 to buy a little device off the internet. I could ping the International Space Station. I talked to some French feller up there about a year ago on it. Yeah, no joke, buddy. And that was pretty exciting, but very, very narrow window of opportunity. But the thing I'm trying to figure out is how they're going to run the telephone lines all the way down from the International Space Station down to Earth, Steve. It's sort of like buying a stairway to heaven. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Yeah. Yeah, if only that were the way it worked, Redneck.
Yeah, the Tower of Babel. Man has got in trouble trying to figure out this stuff. And I'm worried, if they send man to Mars, why can't they send Hotzilla into the sun? Steve, I've got a theory that the sun is actually running out of fuel, and we're actually going into global cooling.
Uh-oh.
These people have got it all wrong. And the biggest object I can think of to fuel the sun for a while would be Hogzilla. So I hope old Elon Musk is working on some heavy lift rockets so we can get Hogzilla in space.
I'm thinking that would be a one-passenger trip, right? That would that's can't have more than one passenger.
Yeah, one passenger and probably about a metric ton of Cheetos up there, Steve. To kind of tempt her in there.
Yeah.
Capsule or whatnot. And Hogzilla could save the world, buddy. Godzilla, Hogzilla. This stuff is getting a little bit too creepy, buddy. But, I never did hear a reply from Big Moose if he's actually going to wrestle Hogzilla or what.
I think they're working on his outfit right now. That's the last I heard.
Well, I tell you what, I talked to her the other day. She said it's been a while since she got her hands on a big man. So he may have his work cut out for him. I hope he's eating his Wheaties, lifting some weights and whatnot. What I understand, he's a pretty big feller, but, Hogzilla's a pretty big girl, so it's probably going to be a pretty even match there.
Yeah, right.
We're going to see. But I got a little sneak peek of her wrestling uniform there. Sent me a picture of it, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, says she's dyeing her hair, and she's going all blonde. Says she wants to look like Pam Anderson when she gets in the ring.
My.
she got one of them Baywatch bathing suits. But
Oh, no.
I told her, I said, you might ought to be careful. All that red in there, the referee might think you're bleeding and call the match, you know. Well, yeah, I don't. Is this going to be a loser leaves Steve Sommers show match or what here, buddy?
I don't think we've set the groundwork on that just yet.
Well, we got to figure it out here, buddy. There's got to be some sort of collateral. I do like the big moose, but I tell you what, I was married to Hogzilla, so you know which way my favoricy rolls. So, yeah, we're going to have to figure it out here. Maybe loser leaves Cincinnati or something. I don't think it'd affect either of them if that happened. But I think I may have it. See, the loser can no longer eat any more Gold Star chili.
Oh, that'll work.
Ways. Yeah, no more three ways for Big Moose or Hogzilla. But, you know, she's a big enough girl. She could probably handle 7 or 8 ways. You know what I'm saying, buddy? just find the fold there, fellers. Figure it out, you know. But, Lord. Did you see that stuff, buddy? This critical race theory.
Yes.
The CIA had something to do with it.
Talked about that a few weeks ago. That's pretty sick stuff.
Yeah, buddy. It's eventually all going to come out. I mean, even the people that are trying to hide their eyes. Like I watched, you know, I won't watch the big cable networks or nothing like that, but I watched that Jimmy Kimmel interview Mike Lindell, the pillow guy, you know.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, Jimmy Kimmel sort of looked like a fool, and looked like he was picking on the poor guy. Old Lindell, he seemed like he was honest and sincere person, Steve. But yet Jimmy Kimmel kept on cutting him down about his past, and you know, I don't think anybody in America would ever known about his past unless he told everybody about it. You know, and that's really what we lack in this human race anymore. Somebody that's sincere and honest. You know, and you know,
well, he's a great example of, you know, we all know that no man is perfect. Everybody has issues, especially some of the stupid things we did when we were younger. But he's a classic example of, you know, someone that he had his fair share of issues, but he turned his life around. And he's become a very successful businessman. And I'm actually pretty anxious to see how things go with, you know, the lawsuits from the voting machine company and all that. Be very, very interesting to see what all comes out in those trials. But we are up to news break, as we like to refer to it. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following criticism from some fellow Democrats, President Biden announced Monday that he will raise the cap on refugee admissions to the U.S. to 62,500, after initially indicating that he would leave the cap at levels set by former President Trump. Biden said in February that he wanted to raise the cap, but reversed course last month, indicating he would leave the cap at around 15,000. That announcement drew pushback from some Democratic lawmakers. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that the president would make a formal announcement by mid-May. And federal prosecutors have charged 5 people with harboring migrants into the United States. They were arrested Friday after nearly 100 people were found in a 2-story home in Houston, packed into 2 separate rooms in the house. All of them were illegally in the country, as were the 5 who were arrested. The Houston house was one of several stash houses it discovered in Texas last week. Authorities found nearly 80 more illegal immigrants in another 5 homes. You're listening to USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, Brain Dead. Brain Dead's on hold. Hang on, Brain Dead. I got you coming up here in just a second. It was Knucklebuster sent me the link. I mentioned the shelters, tornado shelters out there. I knew someone had told me about them. If you're traveling the Kansas Turnpike, there's a way to protect yourselves during severe weather. It's about 30 tornado shelters located along the turnpike, which stretches for more than 200 miles. They're marked by a sign, and they're located at most of the manned toll booths. Now, according to the turnpike officials, most of the shelters are underground or in the basement area of a toll building. Every shelter has a flashlight, first aid kit, radio, water, batteries. These shelters fit up to about 15 people. There's some bigger shelters that can fit around 30 people in. Kansas Highway Patrol said the shelters they're not community shelters, which means you don't leave your house to take shelter along the turnpike. Yeah, you're in danger leaving your house, but you should have a plan already in place at your home. This is if you're out there on the highway or the roadway itself and you find yourself in a situation of danger. All right. Let me get up to, there's Brain Dead. Thanks for hanging in there this morning. What's going on?
Well, Steve, did you have a good weekend?
I did indeed. How about you?
It was interesting, but I'll have to get to that at a later time. But how far are those storms away from Little Rock right now?
Oh, let me punch up the radar and refresh things for you here in just a moment. They're probably going to be getting pretty close.
Oh, great. Because, see, tonight, instead of me having a van trailer, I got a set to put in the door tonight. Yay, me, right? When the thunderstorm's coming in.
Yeah, they're marching that way. It's about halfway between, what would that be, Russellville and Little Rock, if you're familiar with Russellville?
So somewhere about like Conway, maybe?
The leading edge from right about Perryville up to Greenbrier.
Okay, I know where you're at now. Oh, yeah, it's going to be fun. But anyway, can I make a suggestion for the Hogzilla and Big Moose match that Inbred Redneck was talking about?
Yes, sir.
How about a Hell in the Cell, no holds barred match? So loser leaves Steve Sommers show. That would be a good one, you know. I'm always a big fan of intergender competition, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Friday morning I heard something about YRC flammable gas in the Northeast and horse feathers in containers. I'm trying to remember the whole conversation, Steve. Do you remember any part about this?
It was horse feathers and what?
Yeah, I was listening to the show after you got off, and there was a guy that called in that said that Horse Feathers was hauling flammable gas in YRC containers in the Northeast. And, you know, I do drive for YRC Freight or Yellow or whatever the hell they want to call it. And actually, the Memphis yard is the container yard for the company. And we take all the freight from the West Coast and the East Coast and put it into and out of containers. And yes, some of the containers do go to the Northeast. I know Carlisle, and there's one other terminal in the Northeast that do take the containers. YRC does have its own set of containers. We also do use outside containers. I think they're EMHU or MH something U, or I can't remember the prefixes. But we take all the freight off the East Coast, cram it in the container, and send it west. Same thing with the West Coast, break it apart, send it to the East. There is some hazardous materials that do not go on the containers, and there's also some shipments that also do not go on these containers as well. I think he also said something about Overland Park, but I can't think of the town name. The Kansas City yard, last time I checked, was over there at the 435, 470, and the 70 junction over where the stadiums are.
And I'm trying to remember the conversation, but I guess short-term memory loss or something.
Well, we'll call it a senior moment, but yeah, that's pretty much it. And see, we got to be the container yard for the company instead of Dallas because we can actually do the better job. When the change of operation hit in July, we have an actual 3 drivers a day that run to and from the rail. We have 3 rail yards in the city of Memphis that we run to and out of, and each rail yard runs to a certain direction in a certain terminal, and they only handle certain containers. Like the BNSF takes the YRC the YRC containers, or the pups, our actual pups. We go to the UP. They have to have the EMHU boxes along with the Norfolk Southern. They won't take anything else. So that's a little bit of the breakdown of the YRC containers aspect of it. But
well, fair enough. Anything else, Brain Dead? Anything else going on?
Oh, yeah. I forgot to tell you about our weekend, Steve. Yeah, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, you said it was interesting.
Well, one of Dingbat's relatives decided to move in with us against my will. Let me tell you, he's a dumber version of her. I mean, if I put it this way, Steve, I asked him to take a mental note. He's out of paper, Steve. I can look into his eyes and I can see the back of his skull. I mean, boy ain't bright, Steve. But anyway, him and his wife are getting divorced, right?
Yeah.
So his wife so him and his wife got into a big argument, threw him out, and as he was gone, she took all of his clothes and threw them out in the front yard and burned them. Just burned every stitch of clothing he got. So she went and got him, picked him up, and took him by the Walmart there, get him some clothes so he could go to work. And they went by that back to school section and seen those lunch boxes and thermoses right there. Now, you never seen somebody so amazed at something in your life, Steve. He asked her, what's this for? She goes, well, it's a thermos. He says, it's a thermos. She goes, yeah, it's a thermos. He said, what's it do? She goes, well, it keeps hot stuff hot, cold stuff cold. Well, this morning was my day off, right? I go at 9 o'clock at night, do this Little Rock run. So she asked me to take him to work. There he was sitting there with his brand new work uniform on, holding the thermos. I said, what you got there, buddy? He goes, I got me a thermos. I said, thermos? He said, yeah. I said, what is it? He goes, well, it's an amazing thing. It keeps hot stuff hot and cold stuff cold. I said, really? What you got in there? He goes, 2 cups of coffee and a glass of iced tea. I tell you, Steve, his boy ain't right.
I think that's where you get a Dumbass of the Week nomination, isn't it? All right. Yeah, let's see here. Lines available. It's 844-844-3388. We were talking last week, a couple of different nights. Commodities prices came up. Lumber prices is the one that's been garnering the most attention as of late. Yeah, interesting. If you're too young to have been alive during the 70s, you might want to read up on that decade, because current economic conditions, they tell us, are starting to become eerily similar to what we experienced back then. In the 70s, there was what they called an energy crisis that caused tremendously long lines at gas stations all over the country. Well, in 2021, we don't have a shortage of gasoline, but shortages of other key products are starting to cause some serious problems. In fact, we've got a list that even the Biden administration is publicly admitting that there will be supply chain disruptions in the months ahead. The 1970s also featured extremely painful inflation. And I don't need to tell you that prices have been rising very aggressively lately. In fact, Bloomberg is using the term skyrocketing to describe the upward trajectory of commodity prices. They say the price of raw materials used to make almost everything are skyrocketing, and the upward trajectory looks set to continue as the world economy roars back to life. From steel and copper to corn and lumber, Commodities started the year with a bang, surging to levels we haven't seen for years. This threatens to raise the cost of goods from your lunchtime sandwich to gleaming skyscrapers. It lit the fuse on the massive reflation trade that's gripped the markets and pushed up inflation expectations. Over the past year, the Federal Reserve has pumped more money into the financial system than ever before, and the U.S. government has been on a wild spending spree that makes Zimbabwe look fiscally conservative. It was inevitable that this was going to cause rampant inflation, but the numbers that we're starting to see are so crazy it's almost impossible to believe. Here's a summary of how commodity prices have changed over the past year. Yes, topping the list is lumber. Lumber prices are up 265%. West Texas Intermediate crude is up 210%. Gasoline up 182%. Heating oil up over 100%. Corn up 84%. Copper, 83%. Soybeans, 72%. Silver, 65%. Sugar, up 59%. Cotton, 54%. Platinum, 52%. Natural gas, up 43%. Even your wheat and coffee prices are ticking higher. At this point, nobody can deny what's happening, and even the Biden administration is admitting there will be supply chain disruptions. And we'll see what they call transitory increases in prices. In other words, we're going to be paying more for pretty much everything. All right, let me get back to the calls here on a Tuesday morning. Yes, Scrapyard.
Yeah, giving a report on the Fort Smith, Arkansas area. Van Buren and Alma, Fort Smith tore all the hell power out. A friend of mine, driver friend of mine, shout out to Ziggy and all that. He's got a yard over there around the port, right on the cusp of Fort Smith and Van Buren over there. Tore all to pieces over that way. Police are pretty much cutting people off that don't have any business being over that way. Quite a bit of extensive damage over in through there. So if you got to go in through that area right in there, be cautious. You may want to call dispatch and see what may want to do, because they're shutting down at mile marker or exit 13, Alma exit. I noticed that the police were shutting it off down there, people being able to get in and out. And down in that area, due to the extensive damage and power lines, things of that nature down.
Well, it was just, I think it was like 2 weeks ago that they celebrated like the 25th anniversary of a deadly tornado that ripped right through that same area, Fort Smith and Van Buren.
Yeah, and they had another one. They had another one about this same time. It was like 10 years ago or better, maybe 15 years. Went through there and through that area, and I had the misfortune of driving right through the middle of that one, and in a refrigerated Bob truck, and it was quite interesting to say the least.
Wow.
So yeah, but Van Buren, Fort Smith, and Alma area got quite extensive damage all out through there. You may want to call and call somebody in the know and see if you can get through there right at this point in time.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling back. Thanks for the update there. Well, we'll wait for the sun to come up and see just exactly what Mother Nature left behind this past evening.
All righty. Y'all have a good one and be careful.
All right, there you go. And that line of storms continues tearing through north central and pushing up toward northeastern Arkansas. I think the intensity may have dropped just a bit. They're not reaching the severe thunderstorm criteria. but they're talking winds up to 50 miles per hour, penny-sized hail with some of these storms. Braindead was asking about Little Rock, and the way it looks, this line that's pushing through central portions of Arkansas right now, based on you put things in motion, and it shows where the storms are going to go over the next several hours. Really, it looks like the storms that are coming out of northeastern Texas, moving into southwestern Arkansas, are the ones that are going to kind of make their way up I guess would that be I-30, crossing over I-30, and then making their way up toward Little Rock here in a few hours. And they may not be as intense by that point in time. For Braindead's sake, we could only hope. There you go, about 7 before the hour, and there's Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Yeah, good morning. Well, what I got to say after that is just sort of waters down all the prayers for all those people that are suffering through the storm. It seems like, man, all this spring I keep sitting here, mild weather, got a little bit of rain, beautiful, just a beautiful night. I mean, while my fellow Americans are suffering from the mountains down through the Gulf area, it's just amazing. And lumber's moving like crazy down here. Heard on the radio. I'll get into it. Heard about the lawnmower deal. But he to invest in some sheep. Just come on, bring them on down in the neighborhoods and let the sheep start cutting the grass for them. People are crazy. But the thing with Romney, apparently he had a little problem with his constituency. He was trying to talk and they were shouting him down, and somebody jumped in the microphone in front of him and said, "Hey, y'all need to show some respect. Respect is earned. I mean, we've got a ruling class right now. It's hard not to see it, that the people that get up there and they're not listening to the people and they're shoving this stuff at us. Global warming crap is amazing. But I just thought it was sort of interesting to hear. You can jeer him and yell at him all you want, people up there where he's from, but you got to go in less than 2 years. I think when his time comes up, you need to vote him out of there. And put somebody in there that's conservative. But here I am down here at Lindsey Graham. I mean, I've never voted for Lindsey Graham when he was running in the primary. I've always tried to find somebody more conservative. But due to the election time, I end up voting for him because he's on the Republican ticket.
He's the lesser of two evils, as you have to look at it.
Go ahead.
It's the lesser of two evils. When your alternative is to vote for the liberal. Yeah, you don't have nowhere to go, but it's still my responsibility as an American citizen. If I have to go that route, that's the way I have to go. I guess for me, if the Republican Party drops the pro-life issue, then I will just back out completely. I mean, I'll just go neutral. I'll go be one of those people they seem to always worry about, one of those independents. And we're just, like I said, what I had to say just feels watered down with everything that's going on over in Arkansas. It sounds like it's a real rough time, and thank God for the drivers that are calling in and letting everybody know. And y'all stay safe. Stay safe out there. I've drove through a couple of storms. Wichita, Kansas. One time we was going through there, and it was raining so hard you couldn't see nothing. The road was lined with traffic on the right side and the left side of the interstate, just parked there.
The only thing I can do is just keep moving 25 miles an hour. Barely see the taillights ahead of me. And apparently, we drove right under that funnel cloud and drove out the other side of it. So thank God, survived it. But hey, what do? I mean, you see one coming, jump out of your rig. You go jump in a wet ditch. You're up to your ears in water. The storm comes through, whips up your tractor trailer, and throws it right in the ditch on top of you. So, what? Mother Nature. I mean, who can tell what it's going to do? It's just something you can't be afraid of. You just do your best, whatever you just do your best and prepare for it in the South. We do there. You know where to go if the storm comes. We got food for power outages. Like I said, that LP gas, I won't own a place without LP gas. That's a second source of energy. You're going to have hot food and hot coffee, even if the electric's gone for a couple of days. But thanks for all those people out in Arkansas, and glad to hear the guys checking in, Knuckle Buster and the rest of them. Tonight's been like I said, just real reverent. The battle they're going through, and I pray they get through to where they got to go and stay safe. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. It's another wonderful night on Steve Summers Overnight Drive. 10-4.
10-4. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've always been. Yeah, it just kind of defies logic to me when they say, if you're out there on the road and there's a tornado approaching, you get out of your car and get down in the ditch. I'm thinking, well, if the tornado can pick up your damn car, I'm thinking it could suck me right out of the ditch, couldn't it? I weigh a lot less than the cars. Like I said, it just kind of seems to defy logic to me. Hey, got a message from Dean, a.k.a. Buckeye Boy, checking in from Oklahoma, where I'm stopped for the night. I'm wore out from fighting the rain and the wind and my steering wheel. Yeah, after having a great visit, I got to meet Heat Wave near Albuquerque. 62 degrees here, not raining yet. I hit the weather on I-40 about 30 miles east of Albuquerque, and I was in it past Amarillo. Wasn't nearly as bad in western Oklahoma, but still windy. Be headed back to Atlanta to load Wednesday for Salt Lake City, take Thursday off to reset, and head out Friday. Have a great night. I'll be listening in for a little while. Be safe out there, drivers. All right, thank you, Buckeye Boy. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's very taxing to be out there fighting the elements, driving in the torrential rains. Man, it's just no fun at all. First, we get a news update here. Top of the hour has arrived. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following criticism from some fellow Democrats, President Biden announced Monday that he will raise the cap on refugee admissions to the U.S. to 62,500, after initially indicating that he would leave the cap at levels set by former President Trump. Biden said in February that he wanted to raise the cap, but reversed course last month, indicating he would leave the cap at around 15,000. That announcement drew pushback from some Democratic lawmakers. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that the president would make a formal announcement by mid-May. And federal prosecutors have charged 5 people with harboring migrants into the United States. They were arrested Friday after nearly 100 people were found in a 2-story home in Houston, packed into 2 separate rooms in the house. All of them were illegally in the country, as were the 5 who were arrested. The Houston house was one of several stash houses it discovered in Texas last week. Authorities found nearly 80 more illegal immigrants in another 5 homes. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow premium pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The latest data from the CDC shows that 44% of Americans have received at least one dose of COVID vaccine, with nearly 32% of all adults fully vaccinated. Health experts have said that number would need to be between 70 and 80% for the nation to reach a herd immunity against the virus. But it may not be necessary to reach that level to be able to return to pre-pandemic life. Dr. Ashish Jha says that he believes we can reach herd immunity, but the dean of Brown University's School of Public Health tells CNBC that current efforts should still be able to drive infections down to a manageable level.
First, I do think that we can get there. Again, we just got to keep vaccinating, and I know that a lot of people are unsure, but if we get people off the fence and get vaccinated, I think we can get there. Second is, we don't have to get to herd immunity to get much of our lives back. Even if we get into the 60s and 70s in terms of vaccinations, I think it's going to make a massive difference. Infection numbers are going to plummet, maybe even earlier than that. So it'd be great to get to herd immunity, but I'm okay if we don't.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said over the weekend that China has been acting more aggressively abroad. In an interview with CBS's 60 Minutes, Blinken came short of calling China America's enemy, instead saying that the U.S. is aiming to uphold the rules-based order that China is challenging. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo believes that it's stances like that are allowing China to act as they want. He tells Fox News that the Chinese are reacting to what they see as a stark contrast to the Trump administration's policies toward them.
They see that it is fundamentally acting in ways that are different from the Trump administration. We confronted this seriously. We understood that they were an adversary. When they ripped off millions of jobs from us, President Trump placed tariffs on them. When they moved in the South China Sea, we put our military out to make sure they understood that we were going to ensure that China didn't own the sea lanes there. Those are the kinds of actions that deter. You remember the old story from President Reagan, right? Trust but verify. Yep. Our motto was distrust but verify with the Chinese Communist Party. You can't trust a thing they say. They only see actions, and only deterrence is the model that will ensure that the Western way of the world, that America will continue to be the center for years and years to come.
And officials in Bavaria have canceled festivities for Oktoberfest for the second straight year. Bavarian Governor Markus Söder said Monday that there were still too many risks in holding an event that draws tourists from around the world during a global pandemic. The fair, held yearly in Munich, typically attracts more than 6 million visitors for the festival's 17-day run. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
talking about the numbers of refugees, people coming into the country. Yeah, go back and how much flack did Donald Trump take for when he made the statement something about there's a lot of bad hombres coming across that border? You think it was true? If you pay attention to the numbers, yeah, they're trying to sort out if you're a known gang member. They're not letting them in; they're sending them back, but they don't get them all. And that's this notorious MS-13 gang, horrible gang. It's been a week or so ago, I think, when in New York City, no less. New York City police officers took 4 suspected MS-13 gang members into custody after they watched them lug a large unknown object wrapped in a blanket into their Nissan Altima. Officers approached the car, discovering a large object to be a human body with severe trauma. New York Police Department officers were working with Homeland Security investigators a little before 2 a.m. when they spotted these 4 guys exiting a building in Queens. Something wrapped in a blanket. Put it in the trunk. Followed the vehicle for just less than 1 mile, and when they conducted the traffic stop on the Nassau Expressway on Long Island, upon approaching the car, they noticed a strong odor. Identity of the woman found wrapped in the blanket, not released. Well, yeah, she was dead. Had been dead for some time, right? That's what the strong odor was. Yeah, the 4 men taken into custody. MS-13 gang members. Big time trouble. All right, let's get back to your calls here. I'm not seeing a name. So who we got on the line here?
Well, they got Gilligan. For some reason, that call screener can't understand me. I ain't figured it out yet. But, oh, well. Hey, did you get this link that I sent you of that story of the woman down in Capitol Heights, Virginia? The kindergarten teacher? I sent it to you a little while ago.
I don't think I've seen that one. It's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, well, there may be a DA of the week nominee for you. They found cocaine in her desk. She's a kindergarten teacher down
Really?
in Capitol Heights, Virginia. If I'm not
Okay.
mistaken, it's down near Bridgewater. That's just amazing, you know. Talking about the MS-13, did you ever hear what the initiation is for MS-13?
I can't say that I have. No, it's probably not good, though.
No, from what I understand, I don't. That supposedly you've got to rape and kill a woman.
Really?
Yeah. Well, pagan motorcycle group, you've literally got to commit a felony to become a pagan. You see pagan colors on somebody's back, unless they've changed. I haven't been around biker culture, close to 30 years now. I used to ride. And I didn't ride the nose type, but I rode, with some groups, but mainly I rode business and veterans groups. I want to touch on something else. Maybe Horse Feathers can give you more details on this. We've actually had some tornadoes up in my area. It's up in Charlestown. I never got the details on it. Supposedly, it leveled a house up there. They said there was a cop up around Frederick, Maryland, which is kind of more up Horse Feathers territory. I don't know if he can touch on that any or not. But speaking of Horse Feathers, this wrestling match between Big Moose and Hogzilla, isn't Horse Feathers supposed to be his promoter or something? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I got thinking. Let him know if the pay is right. I'm willing to join in as the ring girl. You know how the ring girl carries that what number round is up, right? I guess they do it wrestling, and they do it. Well, I'll put on one of Mary Ann's dresses to do it if the price is right. What do you think?
Some things are better left unseen, Gilligan.
What's that?
Some things are better left unseen.
Okay. Well, I'm about 300 myself, so I probably fit in well with Big Moose also. You know what I mean? So, all right, that's all I got for tonight. Take care.
All right, thanks for checking in, and yeah, be safe out there. Oh, Gilligan. All right, it's 844-844-3388. In recent conversations with Sylvester there in the land down under, which I know he's out there listening in this morning, he's posted a few comments here in the last little bit. The defense minister there has confirmed that his department's reviewing the ownership by a Chinese company of a strategically important port used as a base for U.S. Marines. The National Security Committee of Prime Minister Scott Morrison's cabinet has asked the Defense Department to advise on the ownership. Ask whether the government was mulling forced divestment. The minister said that's going to be considered for national interest. That move likely to further increase tensions between Australia and their largest trading partner, China. Relations which has nosedived since the call by Morrison's government a year ago for Beijing to allow independent investigators into Wuhan to probe the origins of the coronavirus. The Northern Territory's government deal in 2015 to sell a long-term lease to the Port of Darwin to a Chinese firm, Land Bridge Group, being criticized by security experts. It came 4 years after then President Obama secured a deal to base about 2,500 Marines in Darwin, on the doorstep of the Indo-Pacific. So tensions continue to rise. In relation to the Port of Darwin, if there's any advice that I received from the Department of Defense or intelligence agencies that suggest there are national security risks there, then you'd expect the government to take action on that, according to Morrison. All right, who's next up here? We got several lines available. 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I don't know. They on the weather there last night, there at 6 o'clock news, they were showing a pretty good sell moving in, as Gilligan just said, to the Frederick area. So I don't know whatever became of it there. I know we had some hard rain while I was asleep because everybody's gravel driveways were washed out onto the blacktop highways. So when I went to go get the truck, so there was some heavy rain come through, but I didn't have anything in wind or anything in that nature that woke me up out of it for it. And when the wife came to bed, she didn't say anything about anything. But at that point, really the news hadn't been on yet, so I don't know if there was anything else that developed there or not. But yeah, you talk about that MS-13. There's a pretty good section of them there that run this I-95 corridor here from between Baltimore and Philadelphia and down to D.C. There's some hot spots for them that they pretty much frequent, and you kind of want to be careful where you stop, because it's really not too far away from the two rest areas they have between Baltimore and the Delaware line. There's two rest areas, service areas there, and one of their real hot spots is right there outside Aberdeen, which is where one of those rest areas are. So if you're ever wandering around, and especially I guess to our female community of truck drivers there, going through quality Baltimore construction here, you want to watch what you're doing. Be street smart. Watch where you're walking, who's around, especially at night in the shadows. So always be careful. But speaking of Baltimore,
I think you sent me the link to the 100th homicide, like right in the middle of the day today, right there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Not a problem there. Just we're out in the daytime now, and I forget they're like 15 more homicides this year than they were last year at this time. And I guess I would have thought last year with COVID going on and nobody working and all that, and everybody needing something to do, there would have been a lot more murders last year than this year. But they're on record pace again, and yeah, they're out there in the daytimes now and all that. Did you catch the story from Ocean City, Maryland, down there where they had a multi-vehicle accident on the bridge and a little girl came out of a pickup truck and ended up in the water, and one of the people that saw the accident happen actually jumped out of his vehicle and jumped over the side of the bridge, which was like a 30-foot drop to the water, and actually was able to save the baby and then get it back up onto a boat. A couple boats arrived and they were able to get up into a boat, but he feared not for anything and bailed over the side of the Jersey wall and down to the surface of the water. So it's a pretty good hit going in the water there from 30 foot up. But
And
I guess
there must have been some pretty deep water, I'm guessing, because he didn't bottom out.
No. It's probably, I would guess it's probably 25, 30 feet there without any problem for water depth. But the pickup truck the baby came out of was actually on its side up on the Jersey wall and kind of teetering from going over and staying on the bridge. So, but it was a multi-vehicle, I guess somewhere around 7 vehicles involved. They said debris was strewn for over 200 yards on the bridge from the accident. And it was quite the involvement. I don't know. I sent you a couple other stories. I don't know if you printed them up, you'll get to them later or whatever. Just some fill in if you need it there in case the phone lines go down for an hour or so. I know you might need a little fill in. But I guess the other thing is did you see anything on you're talking commodities and commodity prices? Did you see anything in the wheelbarrows commodity at all?
Wheelbarrows?
I've got stock in the wheelbarrow commodity.
No, have not seen anything on that.
Because there's going to be a rush on wheelbarrows pretty quick because, as you said about Venezuela, you're going to need a wheelbarrow just to take enough dollar bills to get to the store to buy a loaf of bread.
I got you.
So
Yep.
I'm banking on wheelbarrows there. So I don't know about that. I don't know about all them dog coins and cat coins and all them things, but I know wheelbarrows. So I pushed a lot of them in my lifetime. And that David Hogg there, he was supposed to be making a pillow to compete there with Mike Lindell. You remember that story?
I do. Yes, I do recall that story.
And I heard something that he's had to give up because his pillows weren't selling real well. And I guess they had a slight odor to them. Because you know how Mike Lindell's pillows, they have good things in them like, goose down and stuff like that. It appears that the David Hogg pillows there, they were filled with bull crap. I don't know. It's just
okay.
Just a story I heard. So, but they had a slight odor to them there, kind of. Yeah, all right. So anyway, I guess that's about all I got for you here tonight. Not a whole lot going on. Things are calmed down a little bit. Rain's kind of gone away, but they said scattered showers there for the next 3 or 4 days. So when they come in, they can be heavy, and when they go away, they'll be you get some time in between, but nothing's supposed to be too absolutely severe. But just watch out because if you do have a storm come through, it could be a pretty heavy cell, and of course you never know with the thunder and lightning kind of reach out further than the storm. So I guess if you hear thunder, watch for lightning, or I don't know. I forget how all that goes, but you and the AccuWeather guys can keep us in touch with all that, right?
Lightning can strike you 10 miles away from a storm, apparently. Did you realize that? Yeah, that may have been what unfolded when Grump got struck by lightning here a couple of weeks ago. And he still hasn't had a chance to check in since that, has he? Anxious to get his breakdown on that, how that all unfolded. Let me see, who all else checking in here? Scott checking in from Cincinnati. Good to have you with us, Scott. Fred says, good morning, Steve, from Louisiana. I'm staying home the rest of the week. Y'all have fun. Good morning from Plowboy in North Alabama. These were much earlier in the show, by the way. Morning, everybody. Dennis is running Amazon this morning. Good to have you with us. Thank you so much for checking in. Big Moose is out there. Rolling. It is 844-844-3388. Eagle, what's happening this morning?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right tonight. I didn't get a chance to call in last night. But, you know something, Steve? I thought that after, well, I don't even want to say I thought because I already know she's not going to do anything about it. But I want to go back to Chicago, and I just happened to be looking through my phone today. And what do you know? 49 people were shot in Chicago. 8 people died over the weekend. That's right, 49 people were shot in the city of Chicago, and the mayor of Chicago says nothing about it. And the reason why she didn't say nothing about it is because not one of the shooting wasn't a white cop shooting somebody black. I promise you, if that would have happened, she would have something to say about it. So, like I said, I told you this before, Steve. Black Lives Matter organization. They've already caught the woman that's in control of the Black Lives Matter. They've already caught her with her hand in the cookie jar. She's already purchasing multi-million-dollar homes with all this money and donations that she's taking in from these George Floyds and these other idiots that donate to these so-called causes. And all they're doing is making her pockets bigger and bigger. She's laughing all the way to the bank because I promise you, she doesn't care about Black Lives Matter. The only thing she cares about is getting that green money out of your pocket and taking it out of your pocket and putting it into her pocket. That's the only thing she cares about. You never see this woman going to nowhere. All she wants to focus on is race. That's all it is. So, like I told you last week, Steve, I used to get upset about these deals, with these people. But I've told myself over the last couple of days, I'm not going to get upset about it anymore. I'm going to let these people do what they want to do. And if I've told everybody that in my family and people that I know to cooperate with the police, and everything will go right. If you choose not to do that, if you choose to run, if you choose to drive off, if you choose to fight with a cop, then whatever happens to you happens to you. I'm tired of dealing with it. We have too many problems. You got several police officers that listen in on your show. They've said the same thing, guys. They're desperate for people to be police officers. People are dropping like flies right now all over America, and I can't blame them not one bit why anybody would be a law enforcement agent. So, like I said, Steve, we'll go on until the next shooting takes place. And, here's what really amazes me, Steve, about the whole deal. These people out there protesting for drug dealers, child molesters, wife beaters, people that don't pay their child support. This is what these people are out there protesting for, an individual like that. So it just shows you the mentality of these people to actually go out to the streets and protest. This latest guy in North Carolina, this guy was a drug dealer and sold drugs, known in North Carolina for selling drugs, and yet these people are out in the streets protesting for him. So the people, they get what they deserve as far as I'm concerned. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Thanks for checking in there, Eagle. Thanks for listening in. All right. See, speaking of George Floyd, it's like, uh-oh. Did you catch this? This may overturn the verdict of the Derek Chauvin trial. We may be looking at a retrial. A juror in the Derek Chauvin trial may have very well jeopardized the guilty verdict by attending a rally last year. This juror was wearing a "Get Your Knee Off Our Necks" Black Lives Matter t-shirt, raising questions about whether he told the truth during jury selection. Well, obviously he didn't. Brandon Mitchell, known as juror number 52, told Minneapolis news outlets this past day that he attended the August 28th march in Washington, D.C., that featured speeches by George Floyd's siblings, while a photograph circulating online shows him and two cousins of his wearing the t-shirt, as well as a Black Lives Matter hat. What may come back to haunt the prosecution is that 31-year-old Mr. Mitchell answered no when he was asked during jury selection if he attended any protest for George Floyd. I think they ask if I attended any protests for George Floyd or anything for police brutality. My answer was no, because I hadn't, he says. This particular march was more so for voter registration, getting people out to get out and vote for the presidential election that was upcoming a couple of months afterward. This was the only thing I attended. Well, now, if you've got a "Get Your Knee Off Our Neck" shirt on, yeah, that is in direct reference to George Floyd. Hello? Now, I said the march was held to commemorate the anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" speech. But the National Action Network billed it as the Commitment March. Get your knee off our necks. And yes, several members of the Floyd family spoke. New photos from the event show demonstrators wearing Black Lives Matter t-shirts, carrying BLM flags, as well as signs with the messages including "I can't breathe," which of course Floyd repeatedly told police officers. Yeah, the march that he went to on August the 28th of 2020 was specifically about police brutality. In fact, it was partly advertised as "Get Your Knee Off Our Necks." You had speakers with the Floyd family, Breonna Taylor and Jacob Blake families. Okay, so what transpires then? I'm not sure. I'm not up to speed on legalese and whatnot, but I'm thinking that may actually cause a mistrial to be declared. Time will tell. All right, let's get our news break here. Got plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Florida's governor has signed an executive order lifting all local COVID restrictions. Governor Ron DeSantis signed the order Monday that allows the state to cancel remaining restrictions like mask mandates, social distancing guidelines, and capacity limits on businesses that communities had in place. The governor's order does not apply to private businesses. DeSantis also signed legislation that banned vaccine passports in the state. The governors of New York and New Jersey also announced Monday that major steps towards reopening in both of their states were coming in the next few weeks. And investigators announced Monday that they've shut down a website that allegedly stole personal information from those seeking a COVID vaccination. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland says they've seized freevaccinecovax.org, as it was purported to be the site of a biotech company developing a COVID vaccine, but was really used to collect personal information from visitors to be used for phishing and malware attacks. This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, gotta be careful out there walking in the woods where the bears live. They might just eat you. That's a bizarre story out of Colorado. A 39-year-old woman took her dogs for a walk Friday night in Trimble, Colorado. That's near Durango. Her boyfriend returned home to find the two dogs, but she's nowhere to be found. He searched for about an hour and found her body. When Parks and Wildlife officers responded, they found signs of consumption on the body and an abundance of bear scat and hair at the scene. Crews and a dog search team found the female black bear and her two cubs nearby. They were euthanized, taken to the Wildlife Health Lab in Fort Collins for a necropsy. Whenever an animal is euthanized, we receive many questions about why that was necessary. Our responsibilities to the natural resources of the state are many, but we have no more important duty than to manage these resources in a manner that keeps Coloradans and our visitors safe. Euthanizing wildlife is never an action we take lightly, but we have an obligation to prevent additional avoidable harm. Once a bear injures or consumes humans, we will not risk the chance that this could happen to somebody else. We humanely euthanize that bear because of the severity of the incident. Bears will return to a food source over and over. A bear that loses its fear of humans is a dangerous animal. And this particular bear was teaching its cubs that humans are a source of food, that they're not something to fear and avoid. Pathologists said the bears did not have any signs of disease or other abnormalities, but further testing would take up to 2 weeks. Okay, well, obviously, an autopsy on the woman is expected to be conducted. The coroner determines the official cause of death and identifies the remains, but, well, you just never know. Big black mama bear. Undoubtedly, they protect their cubs. But, yeah, I guess if bears are going to grow up thinking humans are a food source, those little cubs become dangerous big bears. All right, we'll get back to your calls here just ahead. Lines available at 844-844-3388. So we locked down the economy in much of the country. And, we locked down the economy and not the virus. Jobs are recovering slower in New York and other states that are continuing to hold their stringent COVID restrictions than in states that fully reopened their economies, even though continued lockdown measures do not appear to be saving lives. According to the ongoing study, measures like limiting travel, keeping restaurants operating below capacity, and leaving non-essential businesses closed have kept the unemployment in places like New York among the highest in the country, while states with fewer restrictions are seeing jobs bounce back faster from the pandemic-induced recession. Tragically, the data also suggests lockdowns didn't do much to help save lives through the pandemic. But it is clear they sent millions of people to the unemployment line. Wallet Hub started ranking state lockdowns 1 year ago, May of 2020. They used a formula assigning a numerical value to mask mandates, large gathering limits, school closings, shelter-in-place requirements, and other measures that were being used to stop the spread. Now, the rankings did not account for things like population density, the close quarters in urban households, or use of public transportation, all of which also played a role. But at the beginning of the pandemic, with the metro area besieged by the virus, Wallet Hub scored New Jersey's lockdown as the strictest in the country, followed closely by New York. On the other hand, the rankings, South Dakota imposed almost no restrictions, sat on top of the openness ranking. Utah came in second. For the course of a year, states imposed and eased on and off a variety of restrictions. Where the lockdowns were lifted, unemployment fell. Where the restrictions didn't seem to nudge death rates. All right, March the 8th of 2021, for example, New Jersey had recorded 2,656 deaths per 1 million residents. New York had 2,500 per 1 million residents. South Dakota had 2,149 deaths per 1 million residents. The loose rules in Utah had just 617. But that's per 1 million residents. A new study shows that the states with the toughest restrictions have some of the highest unemployment rates, but differences in death rates are not even discernible. Data collected by moving companies showed that states with tougher restrictions and corresponding high unemployment saw more people moving away, while the looser rule states with low unemployment saw more people actually arriving in those states. In Wallet Hub's latest calculation from early last month, 13 states, including New York, New Jersey, and California, plus D.C., still had tight restrictions in place, but were all seeing relatively high death rates. States with the strictest lockdowns, in other words, apparently ruined some lives without saving lives. Meanwhile, 12 states had tight restrictions with low death rates. Of the states with fewer restrictions, 12 of them, including Florida and Texas, had death rates comparable to New York and New Jersey. Meanwhile, 13 states, including Connecticut, had both few restrictions and low death rates. The whole thing about follow the science doesn't seem to be adding up. Now, they try to say, well, what if New York hadn't locked down last March? Would we have seen many, many, many more deaths over a rapid period? I guess we may never know the answer to those kind of questions. I think what we do know is you lock down, and that was the whole premise at the beginning. We're going to lock down. Give us 15 days to flatten the curve. Of course, the virus wasn't going anywhere. You're less likely to come down with it because you're not coming in contact with anybody. But once things start reopening, the virus does what it does. It starts spreading once again. Yeah, that's the vicious cycle. We've been chasing our tails for almost a year now. And if you've been paying attention to the headlines, are you hearing more and more that, according to the experts, according to the science, it doesn't look like we're ever going to be able to reach herd immunity in this country. It's not going to happen. That was always the goal. Get the vaccination going. Get the, for all those people that have come down with it, you eventually reach herd immunity. No, apparently not anymore. All right, we got plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Big Sexy?
Dodging storm.
Playing in the rain, huh?
Yeah. I'm ahead of it right now. It's my west. It's coming. Over around Van Buren and all that, they had it pretty bad earlier. But it's moving this way. I just heard them put our area under a severe thunderstorm watch until like 4 or 5 a.m. So it's moving across. One thing I wanted to touch on was that if all your drivers that's coming up I-555 or I-55, they're going to be running into this stuff in the next few hours. It's going to be moving that direction. So from Memphis up through northeast Arkansas, they're going to be running into pretty strong winds, hail. I feel a lot of lightning already.
Yeah,
so,
I do see that they just you're right. They updated, they expanded the severe thunderstorm watch to now include all of northeast Arkansas, the Boot Heel, and the southeastern portions of Missouri, about the western third of Tennessee, western Kentucky, and southern Illinois, all added in there.
That's correct. All that stuff will be moving through here. Also, we're talking about Van Buren, Arkansas earlier. Might want to keep people in Tupelo, Mississippi in your mind, too. They got hit pretty good last night. Sunday night,
Yeah, Sunday night.
Morning.
Yep, Sunday night, Monday morning, yep.
I've got a cousin in Tupelo. He went right over his house before he touched down. So, luckily he had a little bit of lawn furniture tossed around, but spared any damage in his family. But it's that time of year you got to start watching for this stuff.
Yep.
But this time of night is the worst thing because they're hard to see, especially if they're rain wrapped. You just can't hardly see them. So when they issue those warnings, you might want to take it serious.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted to touch on tonight. I get a little later start than normal, so I'm not catching until about 1 o'clock our time, which puts you close to your 2 o'clock hour. So I'm not catching the whole show like I was before.
Well, at least you're catching some of the show.
Everybody else get on and catch it.
Well, thanks for hanging out with us for as much time as you can on any given night there. Big Sexy, appreciate you checking in. Let's see. The creator of Ethereum. Cryptocurrencies had another wild weekend. Several popular tokens soaring to new record highs on Monday. Ether, the digital currency widely used in the booming trade of non-fungible tokens, NFTs, in recent months, surging past $3,200 this past day, making the creator of Ether, who is a Russian-Canadian programmer by the name of Vitalik Buterin. He's now a billionaire. As of Monday, Buterin's public Ether address, which he said in 2018 is his main crypto wallet, holds about 333,500 Ether, worth $1.029 billion. The self-described NFT collector, Justin Trimble, said on Twitter, Buterin is now the world's youngest crypto billionaire. Buterin is hailed as one of the founding members of the cryptocurrencies and other blockchain applications that we've come to know today. He first proposed the design of the Ethereum platform in a white paper back in 2013 when he was just 19, aiming to create a general scripting language to develop blockchain-based applications. Development for the first Ethereum network was crowdfunded in 2014, and the first version went live in 2015 with an initial supply of 72 million Ether coins, the native cryptocurrency of the platform. Today, Ethereum is the most actively used blockchain. Ether is the second largest cryptocurrency after Bitcoin by market value, both of which have seen astronomical surges in 2020 and 2021. So far as the mainstream finance world, including some institutional investors embracing crypto as a legitimate asset. Year to date, Ether has more than quadrupled in dollar value. It now has a market capitalization of $364 billion, exceeding that of Bank of America, the second largest bank in the United States. Last week, Buterin donated 100 Ether and 100 Maker tokens worth over $600,000 to a COVID-19 relief fund for the country of India, where right now they are suffering some of the worst times of their COVID outbreak in that country. It's crazy. So just a kid, but he's a billionaire. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Somebody wants to talk about the Betty the Bush Hog International Gender Heavyweight Wrestling Championship of the World.
Speaking.
What's going on?
Hey, I was just thinking there, if we could get Gilligan to be the ring girl, that'd probably save old Horsey the Brain Feathers a ton of money on duct tape and pool noodles.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah, don't have to worry about nothing popping up with that thing wagging around the ring. So I might we might have to take the boy on. We do $2 an hour, no benefits. But he has to supply his own costume.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just have to, just tell him he needs to forward any application questions to the management.
$2 an hour, no benefits. That sounds like about the going rate these days.
Yeah, well, it's $2 an hour plus tips. So, the sky's the limit. Depends on how he shakes that thing. Oh, Lord. Well, I did about 15 rounds with the good people at the
Comdata today over that little fuel snafu, and I think it come out all right. I bought the 86 gallons that he took, and the rest of it, I guess they're going to credit back. So I think we come out all right on that. But I told him, I said, next time you go in there, I said, you make damn sure that pump is turned off before you leave. I said, I don't care if you got to block up the fuel island and go inside and make sure it's turned off. I said, but I ain't going to do that again. I got about 45 minutes sleep yesterday on account of that nonsense.
Yeah.
Fun never ends. And I was going to see what's the latest word on Mr. Cuomo up there. I seen something there today said that the investigation is taking a turn into his suspected sexual harassment lawsuit. Apparently, some of them is now retracting their statements.
Really?
Did you see anything about that?
I have not. That's interesting.
Yeah, I guess a couple of them, I don't know, they probably got handed a big wad of cabbage under the table somewhere to, say that they were mistaken or something. That's how them people work. But, yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. I just caught the tail end of it there and said that they had witnesses now retracting their allegation statements. I'm gonna do some digging. If I can find it, I'll shoot it over to you.
Yeah, I was doing a little digging myself here, and I'm not finding anything at this point, but maybe I'm not searching the right thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how far they're gonna go. As far as the bear mauling that woman or whatever that was walking her dogs. You remember here several years ago, and I can't remember what town it was in. I think it might have been Pendleton or down there at says somewhere right down there along the river there, heading toward Louisville, between Cincinnati and Louisville. You remember that gal that was out walking her dog and a damn mountain lion attacked her and killed her, and they caught it on camera. You remember that? Hell, that was probably 15 years ago.
Yeah, I do kind of remember that.
Yeah, but they couldn't catch the cat, so them bears have got to learn if you're gonna maul somebody, you got to get the hell out of Dodge. You can't be sticking around and watch the game wardens; they'll shoot your ass.
Yeah, right.
But that's all my BS for tonight. I'm gonna get up here and try to get this old reefer box unloaded, and everybody be safe. Keep it twisted, spotted, and solid. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
All right. As always, thanks for checking in there, Big Moose. All right. Just in from the National Weather Service office in Paducah. Got a tornado warning for southeastern Missouri. That would be Ripley County in southeastern Missouri. Radar indicated a storm capable of producing a tornado located over Gatewood, about 14 miles southwest of Doniphan, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So again, radar indicated rotation, flying debris will be dangerous to caught if you're caught without shelter. And all right, Doniphan, be in Doniphan in about 15 minutes. It'll be in Budapest if it holds on, if they update toward the bottom of the hour based on the trajectory of the storm. Okay? So that's the first tornado warning we've seen issued here probably in several hours since we first got things started. There's these lots and lots of severe thunderstorms, though, all along the line as these storms progress off to the east and the northeast. Give you more coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Florida's governor has signed an executive order lifting all local COVID restrictions. Governor Ron DeSantis signed the order Monday that allows the state to cancel remaining restrictions like mask mandates, social distancing guidelines, and capacity limits on businesses that communities had in place. The governor's order does not apply to private businesses. DeSantis also signed legislation that banned vaccine passports in the state. The governors of New York and New Jersey also announced Monday that major steps towards reopening in both of their states were coming in the next few weeks. And investigators announced Monday that they've shut down a website that allegedly stole personal information from those seeking a COVID vaccination. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland says they've seized freevaccinecovax.org, as it was purported to be the site of a biotech company developing a COVID vaccine, but was really used to collect personal information from visitors to be used for phishing and malware attacks. This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
States policy forms and availability vary by state.
The Senate Minority Leader believes there is no support in his caucus for the president's spending plans. Tim Berg reports.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell expects 0 Republicans will support President Biden's $4 trillion infrastructure package. Speaking at an event in Louisville, the Kentucky Republican calling Biden's plan a big grab bag.
So how to pay for the infrastructure bill on our side is we're not going to revisit the 2017 tax bill. We're happy to look for traditional infrastructure pay-fors.
He did say GOP lawmakers are open to a roughly $600 billion bill. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And a suspected armed intruder was shot Monday evening outside the headquarters of the CIA. The FBI says the suspect was stopped by guards near the main entrance when he exited his vehicle with a weapon and was shot by FBI agents. The suspect was wounded and hospitalized for his injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
COVID cases continue to rise in India as the country recorded another 368,000 new infections on Monday, the 10th straight day that more than 300,000 new cases have been reported. The U.S. is set to ban travel from India starting Tuesday in an attempt to slow the spread of the virus. But Dr. Ashish Jha says the most important thing the U.S. can do is send India more vaccines. The dean of the Brown University School of Public Health tells CNBC that the key to ending the global pandemic will be sharing vaccines with the rest of the world.
What is happening in Brazil, and particularly what is happening in India right now, is just awful. Just huge outbreaks, lots of people getting sick, lots of people dying. There are two sets of things. It's a humanitarian catastrophe, and we as Americans have to step up and help, as we do in these moments. Second, we also have to help with kind of getting vaccinations out there. So we are now at a point where we have way more vaccines than we need in our country, and I think we should be sharing them more widely with the world, helping the world get vaccinated. That's how we're going to end this pandemic globally.
And President Biden hit the road Monday to begin to sell his American jobs and American families' plans to the American people, beginning with the White House is calling the Getting America Back on Track tour. Speaking from Norfolk, Virginia, the president defended criticism of his plan's cost, saying that they wouldn't add to the deficit. He added that his proposed hike in corporate taxes isn't about punishing companies, but making sure that everyone has skin in the game.
This year, you have 50 corporations making $40 billion that didn't pay a single penny in taxes. Not a single penny. I don't want to punish anybody, but everybody should chip in. Everybody should pay something along the road here.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back on track there. Horse feathers, Eagle, you want to dial us back up? Well, we finally got it. Tried to do the phone reset during the break there. I think I may have figured something out. I think when I try to do the reset, if a caller is dialing in before I can get locked in, it doesn't want to let me in. It's like it's trying to let the first person call it in as the host, and they don't have the code. So I finally got a break there where nobody was online, and it did connect. All right, so what else we got going on here? Dial us up at 844-844-3388. You got a couple hours yet to fill here on a Tuesday morning. I do not see any additional updates on, we had the tornado warning that was issued just before we hit top of the hour break there. So that's still in effect until the bottom of the hour. And we'll follow if we get any updates. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. Just they keep popping up one after another after another. Each storm, as it crosses from one county line to the next, everybody getting hammered with these storms. You know, what else might we get hammered with? A 21-ton Chinese rocket. A rocket core, that would be. Careening back to Earth on an uncontrolled path. Could cause debris to fall on the United States or other populated countries during the next several days, according to the reports. Space News reporting that the Chinese Long March 5B rocket successfully lifted off early in the morning of April the 29th to deliver the first 22 metric ton module Remember we were talking about China is they're going to begin the process of building their own space station. The module separated from the rocket entering low Earth orbit successfully, but the core stage and its 4 side boosters are likely to fall back to Earth with an uncontrolled re-entry that could see debris falling along a path that could include areas anywhere from New York to Madrid. Now, while the possible debris area does include those more populated areas, of course, knowing the makeup of the Earth, there's also a wide swath of ocean water in its path, making it more likely, the odds would be that it would splash down somewhere out in the ocean. If the rocket core does come down uncontrolled due to the drag placed on it by the atmosphere, now this would be one of the largest such incidents involving a spacecraft. According to several reports, experts and amateurs alike are tracking the descending rocket core, and they believe it's tumbling back to Earth uncontrolled. With its present trajectory, it's believed the core debris will either splash down in the ocean or impact the planet within the next several days to possibly a week's time. The Long March family of Chinese rockets are made by the China Academy of Launch Vehicles. They have a history dating back to early ballistic missiles. According to Britannica.com, the Long March 1 initially launched China's first satellite into orbit back in 1970. Since then, the rockets have deployed humans into orbit as well as ever increasingly heavy payload weights. This is the second generation of launchers designed to lift people and supplies to their own space station. Okay, well, where's it going to come down? Somewhere we, over the next several days, could see a really bright light in the sky. It's breaking up, and story didn't say how, well, obviously, the pieces are going to make it back without totally burning up. Much of it would burn up in the atmosphere, but yeah, it would be breaking apart and raining down, and could be miles and miles apart for differing pieces. Well, good morning, Philip. What's happening?
Not much. I mean, who is the DA that designed that rocket? All the heavy lift rockets, Steve, that you've seen out there, like even the space, you've seen it take off and you've seen the boosters fall off, right? How about SpaceX's heavy lift rocket? Same thing. They took those Falcon rockets and put them together in like a booster series. No, you don't want it all coming down in one piece like that. That's why it got back into the atmosphere. That's about stupid as stupid can be. I guess they need to work on their design team a little bit there. So, yeah, that's if you look at where that's at, that's the upper hemisphere. Like it's going to go straight over. They better hope it goes into the Atlantic. That's all I got to say. How many tons was that, Steve?
21 tons.
Okay, so basically a regular load on a semi, right? 40,000 pounds. So, yeah, that's fantastic. That's great. And by the way, I want to thank White Castles for coming down here. I really appreciate it. The only part I don't appreciate is yesterday I tried to go over to the damn place, and I sat in line for almost 2 hours. I said, the heck with it, finally. People just got crazier and crazier about that place, Steve. You should have seen that yesterday. It was a comedy show just watching the traffic over there. Oh my God, they had a 1 mile stretch of road right beside it. They put in a brand new street right beside it. It's about a mile long, and that was the drive-through line to get into the drive-through, was that one street.
Wow.
So that was fantastic. Yeah. If you look at Google Earth on the place, that Darrell Carter Parkway, I think, is the road that it's on. It's at the intersection of Palm Parkway and Darrell Carter Parkway. They built a road that connects Palm Parkway up to Vineland, Apopka Vineland Road, and it's a mile long, and that's what they put the drive-through in, and that people lined up in that mile for their hamburgers. I lined up in it, and I got enough of it. I said, "The heck with this! I'm going. I ain't going to sit around here all day and waste gas."
You lasted 2 hours in the line, though, huh?
Yeah, I lasted about 2 hours in the line. The first thing it took me an hour to get in through the intersection at Palm Parkway and Darrell Carter where the store is. And then it took me another hour to get into where the line was. And then I said, you know what, this is enough of this. I said, the heck with it. I just went home, made me a little steak on the grill and said, the hell with it. I ain't got time for that mess. I ain't got time for it at all. Oh, by the way, Steve, did you hear what our governor did yesterday?
Yeah, you pretty much, you're lifting all the mandates, everything.
Yeah, he got rid of all the stay of emergency, too. So I think the stay of emergency changes the situation with the cash, too, that's divvied out, isn't it? When they change that? Situations?
I'm not, what do you mean about the cash? You mean like from the feds or something, or?
Absolutely. You're changing our, about how things are the CARES Act and all that stuff. A lot of that money is built around a state of emergency.
Yeah.
And that, like, even getting vaccines and stuff like that, it's all built around a state of emergency. Well, he lifted all that yesterday. Do you know who Jerry Demings is? Val Demings' husband?
I'm not familiar, no.
Well, Val Demings is a congressman from down here, and her husband is Jerry Demings. He's the mayor of Orange County. Orange County is where Disney is and Universal and all of them are. Well, yesterday they had his little press conference about maybe they have a daily press conference, Orange County does, on the situation of COVID, or the status of COVID, excuse me. And yesterday they had their little meeting thing, and it was about an hour after the governor signed that bill. And he went nuts. He didn't know what to say, Steve. I've never seen somebody so dumbfounded looking. It was just ridiculous. It was like he didn't know what to say. And he made a few comments, but he wanted to make more comments, but he knew he better not till he read everything. So the executive order. So, I mean, it's changed the game down here. And is New York doing it too?
They're still, for the most part, locked down, but I mean, they're saying that they're going to start lifting some restrictions in short order.
Yeah. DeSantis wants to get us back to normal as quick as possible and keep everything going down here, economically. It's ridiculous. I mean, we know what it does. We know how it's going. Our numbers are coming down. They're probably not coming down as fast as they want them to, but DeSantis wants to get us back going full bore.
Yep.
And I think we should get back full bore. You know what I mean? I don't know. How is it in Ohio?
Most of the restrictions have been lifted. We're still supposed to be wearing masks, but I think your dine-in restaurants and whatnot are back to full open and whatnot. The bars are open regular hours once again to 1 or 2 a.m., whatever it is. So.
Yeah. I tell you what, I hope they get us back up fully here pretty soon. But at work, things are starting to turn around. I mean, we had a few more people yesterday. I'm not sure what they're allowing us now, but I'm kind of interested to see how it plays out at work with this new thing the governor signed, to see if Disney's going to turn around and open things up fully again. We don't know. I know we got more people coming back. They made an announcement yesterday that our college program kids are going to be coming back into working with us again. So that's a good thing for them. But I don't know. And hopefully today we can get SN15 off the ground. They canceled it yesterday. They said they had some technical stuff they had to get done on it. So, but that's pretty much all I got bud, for the day. You have a good one, and thank you very much.
Somebody posted, I'm looking at the video here from down there of the White Castle this past morning. And it's this is someone driving down with the lineup next to them. They said it was like 8:45 in the morning, and it was, like at least 100 cars plus deep.
100 cars? Shoot, when I went, I got there at about noon, about 12:30, and it was like almost a mile's worth of cars down there in the afternoon.
And then you had the people. Then you had the people that wanted to walk in, and the parking lot was just packed with people. I mean, they had big tents set up out there.
Yeah, you know what the tents were for? That was the people waiting in line to get in the store.
Yeah, exactly. That's incredible.
If you look at it, there was 2 humongous tents out there, and those tents were for the people to get in the store. And kudos to U.S. Foods, because I guess they're the guys that are supplying them, because they gave them a 48-foot trailer out there for their stuff, and they were replenishing that trailer. When I came through there, they were getting the truck in there to replenish that trailer to get more food going.
That's unbelievable.
So kudos to U.S. Foods. Yeah, I mean, how many, and them guys out there know what it costs to run a 48-foot reefer, and they had one sitting outside, a 48-foot liftgate reefer sitting outside that store with the product. They couldn't get it all in the freezer.
Wow. I mean,
it was real interesting there yesterday.
I like me some White Castle now and again, but boy, I ain't waiting in line no damn 2 hours. All right. Well, have a great day there in Florida, Philip. Yeah, at some point the new will wear off there in Orlando. And I saw some of the videos. I mean, I guess this is supposed to be the world's largest White Castle. I mean, for a White Castle restaurant, most of them are pretty small. This one is, pretty darn big. All right, what else we got here? It's 844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Kroger Company is diving into drone delivery. They're going to be starting a pilot program right here in Cincinnati, a store near the headquarters here. Kroger's going to be partnering with Drone Express, which is a unit of Telegrid Technologies, to deliver groceries from a store in Centerville later this spring. The company made the announcement yesterday. All right, so the technology allows for deliveries of up to 5 pounds to customers' homes or wherever you might be. Say you're running out of cookout supplies. You can be sent directly to a park in as little as 15 minutes. They plan to expand that test to an additional store in California this summer. According to this statement, let's see, we can enable Kroger customers to send chicken soup to a sick friend or get fast delivery of olive oil if they run out while they're cooking dinner. Walmart's the other one that's running several drone tests right now, where they did late last year. All right, let's see. They made the announcement to use drones from an Israeli startup company, Flytrex, to make deliveries in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Walmart's also testing using drones to drop COVID-19 diagnostic kits to customers. They've teamed up with a company called Zipline to deliver health and wellness products to shoppers near their Arkansas headquarters. Coming to a community near you. Little by little, it's been several weeks ago when the FAA gave the new guidelines of where you can fly drones and whatnot. And it's pretty much legal now to fly them over people think I had that story printed up, and I may have it over in my unused promotional stuff, unused to date. Take a look back there, see if I can find that. Yes, Steve, what's happening?
Hey, I don't know if I'd use the word food to describe those burgers.
White Castle?
Yeah, because like you said, Steve, when the newness wears off, when they figure out what that does to your body the next day, I mean, we talked about that last week, right? Why we call them sliders.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, I mean, they do taste good, but, man. Hey, do they sell those in your Kroger in Cincinnati in the freezer?
Yeah, they got them in the freezer section all over the place. Kroger, Walmart, Myers, you name it, yeah.
Yeah, we got Mariano's up here who's owned by Kroger, and you can get them in the freezer. So if Philip needs White Castles that bad, have them leave your address. I'll send them a box because they'd probably get there a lot quicker in the U.S. Postal Service than waiting in that line.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. But I wanted to touch on that bear story. Feel bad for that woman's husband, man, that found her like that.
Yep.
So after my surgery last year, me and the wife went out to Yellowstone for a week. And, I read up on the bears. I knew there was a lot of grizzlies out there, so I was reading up on bears and stuff. And so I bought the bear spray, my snake bite kit, and the one thing, Steve, that will deter a bear from attacking a person, and it's a simple thing to put in your pocket, and that's a whistle. So we'd be walking down these trails, and I'm telling you, it was pretty eerie when you got nothing but forest on each side of you and you can't see in there. I had that whistle in my mouth, and every once in a while, maybe every 15, 30 seconds, I just, blow that whistle.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's the one thing. You have to let a bear know that you're there. And most likely they'll leave. They won't, attack. They're kind of nervous about that, so they'll pretty much take off. But it is pretty scary walking on those little trails because they're pretty narrow in Yellowstone. And I just sent you an article about a backcountry guide that was just mauled and killed by a bear about 2-3 weeks ago. He was out fishing in West Yellowstone, and he came across on a bear that was protecting a carcass it was eating, and the bear attacked him and killed him. And this guy was a guide, a backcountry guide, and he was mauled and killed by this bear.
Wow.
Sad story. But you would think he would know better, to be prepared. Because I'll tell you, I was pretty nervous going out there, and walking in the woods. I mean, going to the tourist spots is no big deal, but when you're out in the on a trail where there's no one around, it's real quiet and it's very eerie, because there's stuff lurking in there, and it's pretty strange. But I mean, it was still, I think, probably the most beautiful place that I've ever been. I mean, it's just totally awesome. I don't know if you've ever been out there, but if you get a chance.
Nope, never been out there. I'm only place when I'm out in the woods. The only thing I have to wonder about is maybe a deer or a possum or a squirrel or something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty breathtaking. I mean, you'd be driving down the road. We'd leave the hotel about 6 in the morning because we wanted to get to these spots early before the crowds. Man, there'd be elk just walking down the middle of the street in town, coming right up to the car. We saw bison on the side of the road, and these people are idiots. I mean, this bison attacked this guy's car. He dug his horn right into the guy's front tire. Guy stopped and rolled down the window trying to take a picture, and this bison attacked his car. So those animals aren't very friendly out there, and even elk will, you mess with an elk, they'll come after you. So just got to be careful out there. But it is, man. It's breathtaking if you ever get a chance to go out there with your family.
Yeah,
it's pretty awesome. But that's pretty much all I got. I heard Philip talking about those White Castles, man. If they ever bring Portillo's down there, that's some Chicago food. Which I think he said he was from Chicago, wasn't he?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So he knows about Portillo's. Now that I would wait in line for.
Okay.
But not White Castle. Anyway, have a good rest of the morning, Steve. We'll talk to you.
Thank you so much. You do the same. Good to hear from you. There you go. All right, we've got wide open lines. It's 844-3388. Before we get our news break, let me flip over. Okay, no additional tornado warnings. Just, continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings and some flash flood warnings with these torrential rains. It's going to be one of those days, thanks to Mother Nature out there. All right, we'll be back following a quick time out here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following criticism from some fellow Democrats, President Biden announced Monday that he will raise the cap on refugee admissions to the U.S. to 62,500, after initially indicating that he would leave the cap at levels set by former President Trump. Biden said in February that he wanted to raise the cap, but reversed course last month, indicating he would leave the cap at around 15,000. That announcement drew pushback from some Democratic lawmakers. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that the president would make a formal announcement by mid-May. And federal prosecutors have charged 5 people with harboring migrants into the United States. They were arrested Friday after nearly 100 people were found in a 2-story home in Houston, packed into 2 separate rooms in the house. All of them were illegally in the country, as were the 5 who were arrested. The Houston house was one of several stash houses it discovered in Texas last week. Authorities found nearly 80 more illegal immigrants in another 5 homes. You're listening to USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, once again, we've got clear lines. You want to dial us up? Get right in at 844-844-3388. Indeed, I did have that story about the new FAA regulations in regards to drones. New rules allowing small drones to fly over people in the U.S. take effect. All right, I guess they announced final rules back in December, and they have now taken effect as of like a week or 2 ago, allowing small drones to fly over people and at night. That was the big step toward their eventual use for widespread commercial deliveries, they say. Now, the effective date was delayed about a month during a change in the administration, of course, from the Trump to the Biden administration. The FAA said the long-awaited rules for drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, will address security concerns by requiring remote identification technology in most cases to enable their identification from the ground. Previously, small drone operations over people were limited to operations over people who were directly participating in the operation of the drone. Under covered structure, inside a stationary vehicle, unless operators had obtained a waiver from the FAA. Most people probably, with the wide availability of drones these days, most people probably have no idea what the rules and restrictions are. I mean, we've had a number of incidents, people in the flight path of planes returning or taking off from airports and whatnot, having no idea. No, you're not supposed to be flying a drone there. So drone manufacturers now have 18 months to begin producing drones with remote ID. Operators will get an additional year to provide remote ID. All right, for at nighttime operations, the FAA said drones must be equipped with anti-collision lights. That rule allows operators over moving vehicles in some circumstances. One change since the rules were first proposed back in 2019 requires that small drones do not have any exposed rotating parts that could lacerate human skin. There's your rules on drones, 18 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Let's jump into some of our industry headlines. What are we looking at here? The American Trucking Association announcing their annual National Truck Driving Championship. It's going to be held virtually this year. We have braved the front line, providing essential services, delivering goods throughout the nation in the fight against COVID. It's yet another reason to celebrate our industry heroes, the truck drivers. The National Battle of the States Virtual Truck Driving Championships will provide our industry the opportunity to recognize the best of the best. So the virtual knowledge competition is set to begin July the 31st with state rounds where trivia contest will test your knowledge on facts for drivers, federal and state laws, state trucking history and culture. Prize rounds then take effect August 11th through the 13th, and the National Battle of the States competition on August 14th. All right, the Super Bowl of safety back in the virtual format this year. All right, heads up in Arkansas. Of course, Arkansas, we've got weather issues this morning, but the Arkansas National Guard is reminding drivers to use caution and seek alternate routes due to an uptick in military vehicle traffic ahead of a training exercise. Now through the 8th of May, next 4 days, warning drivers to expect extra military vehicle traffic on I-40 and other roadways as units make their way to Fort Chaffee near Fort Smith, Arkansas, for some training exercise. We're alerting the public in advance because we want to avoid potential mishaps as these heavy trucks, equipment, and soldiers make their way to Fort Chaffee Joint Maneuver Training Center. We encourage the public to plan accordingly and allow extra time in your travels, especially for those traveling I-40, as well as through construction zones. The training exercise at Fort Chaffee is in preparation for a larger training exercise at the Joint Readiness Training Center in Fort Polk, Louisiana, later on this summer, apparently. All right, and one more here on the list. What do we see? The 3 people killed in a crash in Idaho. I think we touched on that one earlier. All right, so there you go, up to speed on our industry headlines, and let's get back to the calls here, and who's next up? What's going on, Fly Rod?
Well, good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. How are you this morning?
Hanging with them. How's your week starting out?
Very busy. Oh, my gosh, super busy. First of all, I got to tell you that we are talking to you live and in person. This is not a pre-recorded message.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I just wanted you to know that.
Yes.
Steve, you have done more in your first 100 days in office there at the Overnight Drive radio show than what that ass checker Joe Biden has done in his office there in Washington, D.C. What you think about that?
Well, that's quite the compliment. One thing I can vouch
Well,
for
it
is
is.
I have not spent $6 trillion.
Yes, and you are probably legitimately more up to speed with what's going on around this country than what he is, especially on the southern border, and especially in this industry as well, in the trucking industry.
Yes.
But I digress. Steve, I think maybe you ought to. Steve, I think maybe you ought to consider running in 2024 and maybe pick Donald Trump to be your running mate. I think that puts you in the winner's circle.
Yeah, right?
Well, Steve, the reason I called tonight, look, hard times are coming. It rained so hard down here in Georgia yesterday. Buddy, it just rained and rained and rained. And I don't know how much rain we got, but it rained a bunch, I'll tell you that. But, Steve, we're waiting for these cicadas to come hatching out of the daggum ground because we're thinking it's going to be any time because we heard after the first big rain they'd be popping out for sure. So, Steve, we had to add an addendum to that daggum recipe book that Neil and his wife put together. Old Heat Wave, he called me up yesterday with another brainstorm of an idea. I hadn't even thought about this. In fact, my wife and I were laying awake while she was asleep about how to catch these daggum cicadas once they come out of the ground. So Neil tells me about these dream catchers. Thinks that they might be the ticket to catching them cicadas using the dream catcher. What do you think? You think that would work?
Dream catchers. I think the easiest thing to do is just go out there right about the time the sun's starting to come up and just pick them off the damn tree.
You think that would work?
Right for the picking. They'll be hanging out of their shell on the side of the tree trunk by the thousands. Just scoop them up.
Well, you're right about that, about the thousands. Look, as I said, hard times are coming. People's going to have cicadas everywhere, and all outdoors everywhere, and depending on what kind of house you live in, they might be indoors too. But folks need to know how to cash in on this deal. And as we advertised previously, for $19.95, you're going to get this luxurious color illustrated recipe book on how to cook these daggum things. We've decided to add a couple more recipes.
What'd you come up with?
And these are dedicated to, well, Neil thought they'd be a good idea to add a couple for some of our big-time in-house guests, such as the Big Moose. It'd only be fitting to have Big Moose, the big gut buster full of cicada goulash, dedicated to him, with a picture of him holding a plate, taking a sniff, with a T-shirt that said he's wearing our cookbook with a chef's hat. I think that'd be pretty cool.
That's an idea.
And none other better would be better than, of course, Knuckle Buster. Yeah, Knuckle Buster. We're thinking for Knuckle Buster, maybe Knuckle Busting Flapjack cicadas.
That'll work. How about a Knuckle Buster stew?
Yeah. And now one more. Now this one we think is probably going to be a focused recipe, and this is going to be for the monkey gouger. So, Monkey Gouger, if you're listening, I think it'd be a pretty good idea for you to get on this deal for $19.95. You're going to get a cookbook with an illustrated picture of you and your wife holding a plate of, what was that sandwich she said he likes? The bologna and moon pie, right?
Yeah.
Bologna moon pie sandwich?
Yeah, right.
As he called it. Yeah, well, how about a sausage cicada and moon pie sandwich? And we'll even for his $19.95, we're even going to put it in a language that he would understand from South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, I'm hard at work here, trying to comprise all these recipes and how to catch these daggone things, so I have to cut you loose. But I just wanted to call in live. This is not a recorded message to tell you what was going on down here in Georgia. We're going to be
Well, thank you so
Things are
much
going.
for the update. Well, good to hear from you, Fly Rod. You be safe out there. Boy. Okay, so all these employers, can't find people to work. Restaurants. Someone had posted that I think it's a legit sign. This one's at like a Popeyes Louisiana kitchen. On the marquee outside, it says, "Stimulus gone? Come get a job." Yeah. When the stimulus runs out, I guess that's about the only time that they're actually going to be coming back to work. Here's another post. If you're anyone you know looking for employment, we're hiring both day and night shift employees, line cooks, cashiers, drive-through, dishwashers. Extremely flexible schedule. Work as little as 10 hours a week or as much as 40. Day shifts, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Night shift, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Apply today, start tomorrow. That's Skyline Chili, which is, it's a regional, the famous Cincinnati Skyline Chili. But that's what's going on all over the country. And then you got Joe Biden proposing a $2 trillion jobs plan. Yeah, Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming was on some of the Talking Head program Sunday. He said Biden's $2 trillion jobs plan is like someone that just got a new credit card. A staggering price tag. This amounts to a shopping spree. Somebody just got a brand new credit card. Let's go spend, spend, spend. We'll give you more on that coming up here momentarily. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Jump on board. Carolina Ghost Rider. It's been a while. What's been going on?
Oh, just been out here riding around listening. Half the time when I get a notion to call, it's about something I'm too pissed off about, still on politics, and I don't have control over my language as well as you do.
Okay.
So I just sit back and listen. And, no, you were talking about the drones. I sent you an article earlier, but apparently the hoverboard, you remember in, I guess it was Back to the Future?
Yep.
They apparently coming out with an actual hoverboard now. I saw a video of it. It just looks like a big drone platform that you kind of stand in or on. It looked like it had a bunch of those little propellers like the drones have.
Yep.
About $40,000 if I remember the article correctly. And up to a 200-pound person could fly on it. But, this thing wasn't just hovering 3 or 4 inches off the ground. They took it up over a pond. They were about tree height on it. I don't guess anybody get hurt on something like that.
I'm looking at the picture, the video you sent me here. I mean, I'm thinking if you lean just a little bit too far one direction or the other, you're gonna go over.
Yeah. Like I say, he's over the water. You notice he hitting over those trees or on a concrete parking lot or anything like that.
It kind of makes sense. Yeah, if you come down, you're going to have a splash landing rather than a thud, right?
Exactly. And whole fly rod and heat wave, they need to add a cicada milkshake to their recipe book. I think that'd be good. Probably mix up really well in there.
All right, put it in the blender.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Yeah, I see old Bourbon Street dressed his dog up with your shirt there.
That was pretty cool, wasn't it? I guess he got a one of those small T-shirts. That was a little one, but yeah, he looked good in that.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to Bourbon Street. He's a hoot. Hopefully we get to catch back up with him on another cruise before too long. Still got one booked for November on the Mardi Gras. Waiting to see how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, I mean, COVID, they never did get to have their maiden voyage on that thing, did they?
I don't believe so. So we're booked. I think it's the second week of November. And, if it all goes as planned, it won't have too many sailings under its belt before we get on it. But if they require you to have that shot, well, we're just going to sit back at the home 20 and let it go do its thing.
So you're in that category that doesn't really have any interest in getting the vaccine, huh?
No, maybe 10 years from now you could convince me of it, but no. Too many unknowns. There's enough commercials on from attorneys now asking, did you take this medicine or do, this or that? And
all kinds of medications over the years. What was it had the one the one really popular, like the antacid, that people were taking for heartburn and indigestion or whatever that causes cancer apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, they do these big, long, multi-year trials and tests on all these medications, and, you watch daytime television and see commercials all day trying to get you in on a class action lawsuit for them. I can only imagine what this will turn into. Hopefully it won't. I hope I'm looking at it all wrong, but, yeah, I'm not willing to roll the dice on it.
Well, I appreciate taking the time to give us a ring here this morning, Carolina Ghost Rider.
Yes, sir.
And we'll chat again. Be safe out there. Thank you so much. All right, what do you have? News update just ahead here as we'll make our way into our final hour, and we've cleared the lines once again, so jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. Back to Senator John Barrasso. He was on This Week, ABC News This Week. He said only 6% of this Biden proposal would actually go to hard infrastructure projects like roads and bridges. He touted the Republican counter-offer, which rather than $2 trillion was a $548 billion plan. We cannot continue with this reckless borrowing and spending, especially with the taxes coming out of a pandemic. These are for things we don't necessarily need, we can't afford, but they're going to delight the liberal left of the party. Now, it seems to me that this is a cradle-to-grave role of government, whether it's paying for child care for everybody, paying college for this, and it's almost creating an addiction to spending. It's either massive new debt to China, as well as massive taxing, probably the largest tax increase in 50 years. Now, the Republicans did bring, again, a $548 billion counter proposal, which is focused on core infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, airports, waterways, things people think of when they think of infrastructure. Things that get the economy firing on all cylinders. The problem is, of course, President Biden's proposal. Only 6% of that money goes to bridges and things. The rest is for like electric cars. Democrats are even getting concerned about the spending, realizing that they're going to be held accountable for all this spending come next year's election. And some Democrats, mostly privately, are saying this just isn't sustainable. Of course, it's not. All righty, there you go. We wrap things up for another hour. Come back with our final hour just ahead on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following criticism from some fellow Democrats, President Biden announced Monday that he will raise the cap on refugee admissions to the U.S. to 62,500, after initially indicating that he would leave the cap at levels set by former President Trump. Biden said in February that he wanted to raise the cap, but reversed course last month, indicating he would leave the cap at around 15,000. That announcement drew pushback from some Democratic lawmakers. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that the president would make a formal announcement by mid-May. And federal prosecutors have charged 5 people with harboring migrants into the United States. They were arrested Friday after nearly 100 people were found in a 2-story home in Houston, packed into 2 separate rooms in the house. All of them were illegally in the country, as were the 5 who were arrested. The Houston house was one of several stash houses it discovered in Texas last week. Authorities found nearly 80 more illegal immigrants in another 5 homes. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
When I first switched over, because I stopped taking the other supplements I was taking and switched over all the way to Balance of Nature, I really noticed a huge difference. It was amazing. Like better sleep, better attention, better energy. It was just really, really great.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA President, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
The Secretary of State is laying the groundwork for next month's G7 summit, with China expected to be a major topic for discussion. Lance Pry has the story.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is meeting with G7 foreign ministers in the United Kingdom this week to plan the G7 summit in southwest England next month. Chinese aggression is on the docket.
I think what we've witnessed over the last several years is China acting more repressively at home and more aggressively abroad. That is a fact.
Secretary Blinken on CBS News. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And at least 21 people have been injured after a bomb exploded near a school in western Afghanistan. Officials say some of the injured were children as young as 7. The AP reporting that no group has claimed responsibility for the attack, though the Taliban are known to be active in the area where the blast occurred. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of 1, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said over the weekend that China has been acting more aggressively abroad. In an interview with CBS's 60 Minutes, Blinken came short of calling China America's enemy, instead saying that the U.S. is aiming to uphold the rules-based order that China is challenging. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo believes that it's stances like that are allowing China to act as they want. He tells Fox News that the Chinese are reacting to what they see as a stark contrast to the Trump administration's policies toward them.
They see that it is fundamentally acting in ways that are different from the Trump administration. We confronted this seriously. We understood that they were an adversary. When they ripped off millions of jobs from us, President Trump placed tariffs on them. When they moved in the South China Sea, we put our military out to make sure they understood that we were going to ensure that China didn't own the sea lanes there. Those are the kinds of actions that deter. You remember the old story from President Reagan, right? Trust but verify. Yep. Our motto was distrust but verify. With the Chinese Communist Party, you can't trust a thing they say. They only see actions, and only deterrence is the model that will ensure that the Western way of the world, that America will continue to be the center for years and years to come. And officials in Bavaria have canceled festivities for Oktoberfest for the second straight year.
Bavarian Governor Markus Söder said Monday that there were still too many risks in holding an event that draws tourists from around the world during a global pandemic. The fair, held yearly in Munich, typically attracts more than 6 million visitors for the festival's 17-day run. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's right. Pick up the phone, dial that number. Ring us up. Help me make it through that final hour here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks for being with us. All right, new report looking at fatality rates on highways. Which are the most dangerous stretches of highway out there around the country for drivers? Now, remember last evening we shared the breakdown of which states have the rudest drivers. Memory serves, Virginia topped the list on that one, didn't they? The ranking of the most deadly highways was shared by fleet management software provider Teletrack Naveman. To create the ranking, they say the company looked at 4 years of fatality rates over certain stretches of highways, calculating the number of vehicle-related deaths per mile. All right, using their system and data from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. All right, I won't do the whole top 25. How about we just take a look at the top 10 in the country? Coming in at number 10, I-85, Montgomery, Alabama to Petersburg, Virginia. At number 9, I-19, Nogales, Arizona to Tucson. In at number 8, I-95 from Miami, Florida to Holton Woodstock border crossing. Number 7, Aledo, Texas and North Little Rock, Arkansas. Aledo to 2 north. Number 6 is the stretch of I-12 from Baton Rouge to Slidell, Louisiana. Into the top 5, US 92, St. Petersburg, Florida to Daytona Beach, Florida. I-17 at number 4, from Phoenix to Flagstaff. Number 3, US 192, Four Corners, Florida to India Atlantic, Florida. Number 2, I-45 from Galveston to Dallas, Texas. And topping the list, number 1, I-4 from Tampa, Florida to Daytona Beach, Florida. Company says that I-4 in Florida is the only U.S. roadway with more than 1 fatality per mile. What's the deal there? Is it just incredible congestion? I don't think I've ever been down on I-4. They're in Florida. All right, some picking up the pieces on Monday from the storms that rocked through Sunday night into Monday morning and then on through the day Monday. Others waiting their turn for the storms to come blasting through today. Let's start with the storm moving across the south and leaving damage in several Mississippi cities Sunday night. Then we had a tornado that spun up, causing much of the Atlanta metro area to hunker down this past morning. Shortly after 2 o'clock Monday afternoon, a damaging tornado was confirmed near Elberton, Georgia, causing a warehouse to collapse. No injuries reported, amazingly. Storm moved across the South Carolina state line, prompting tornado warnings in several counties there. A second tornado was reported in Abbeville County about an hour later. Students were sheltering in place in both Abbeville and Greenwood County schools. The severe storms that rolled across Mississippi, producing reports of more than a dozen tornadoes. So far, just one death. That was a driver in Douglasville, Georgia, due to the storms. In Mississippi, homes were damaged, trees and power lines were downed in Tupelo. That's the one we were talking about when we first started the program there, Sunday night into Monday morning, where they had an actual tornado emergency for Tupelo. Confirmed, large, deadly, destructive tornado on the ground. Residential damage extensive near the Elvis Presley Museum area. All right, storm ripping the roof off one home, flipping a car, according to WTVA. Damage reported at Tupelo Middle School and a neighboring Pontotoc County. Calhoun City also possibly hit by a tornado. They were hit hard. Light poles snapped off, trees into homes, trees on vehicles, damage to several businesses, but no reports of injuries, according to the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office. But yeah, looking at some of the photos, a lot of destruction there. So that was Sunday into Monday. Now we're into Monday into Tuesday, where it's been a very active night, literally, since we started the program. As I refresh, we've got still severe thunderstorm warnings now that have moved all the way up into the northeast corner of Arkansas, the Boot Heel of Missouri, and some warnings now over the westernmost reaches of Tennessee. As those thunderstorm watch boxes have been expanded, and that particular line of storms has just maintained its punch all night long. At some points, depicting a pretty well-defined bow echo, which would be very strong, straight-line winds. So that's the main line of storms. There's an additional line that extends way off to the east through western Kentucky, all the way over into just north of Bowling Green, then kind of goes southeasterly, back down into west central portions of Tennessee. This whole region, this is the area where more storms are going to be breaking out. Forecasters predict we could see numerous tornado warnings again, just as we did Monday afternoon. Then further back to the west, we've had some more additional development back into central and eastern Oklahoma once again. Another round beginning to fire up. We can go all the way back into, you've got one batch west of Oklahoma City. That'll be pushing toward Oklahoma City up into Edmond. East of Oklahoma City, we've got more showers and thunderstorms, and then a pretty strong line rolling right along I-40. What a night to be out there on the highways in parts of the South. All right, looking at 15 past the hour, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. We're just setting one record after another, month after month, according to the FBI. This is in gun sales. No surprise. We're now locked into a 16 consecutive months of record gun sales in this country. April gun sales hit at least 1.8 million, and FBI background checks at over 3.5 million, according to the Washington Examiner. FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System logged more background checks in April of 2021 than in any other April on record. The FBI also said we've set records for every month all the way back to December of 2019. Well, that would be President Joe Biden's recent gun control efforts being credited for much of the more recent activity, especially his efforts to restrict semi-automatic weapons like the AR-15, the most popular rifle on the market, is particularly in the crosshairs of those looking to ban guns. At least 1.8 million were sold last month, another record for the month of April. Big numbers. Now, before Biden was elected, gun sales were attributed to some extent the COVID pandemic. Many people using their stimulus relief checks to buy guns. Sales continue to be brisk, and we're showing growth in the 25 to 35 percentile range compared to last year, according to the marketing director of Hyatt Guns out of Charlotte, North Carolina. This is more natural growth and isn't strictly being driven by political or other outside forces. More than likely, many of the 8 million people that bought their first gun in the last year maybe have caught the bug, as they say, and they're buying more guns and more accessories while ammo remains scarce. Remington's ammunition plant's back online, they say, and we think this is going to help the unprecedented demand we've been seeing out there. And we're looking at probably another very busy summer, both online and in the stores, and it will undoubtedly be another record year. Some people buying guns out of this newfound sense of fear. It seems like we live in chaos, and buying a gun gives you at least some sense of control over the chaos. So there you go, some of what's going on around the country here. All right, jump on in as we got our final hour underway. It's 844-844-3388. Get a quick timeout, return with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I do believe I saw neighbor Dave. Is he checking in there? You haven't called in a while, Dave. I know your better half was over at the Home 20 this past day. I think she was checking out some of the renovations. Wife has been on a renovation kick at the Sommers household. Landscaping. I want to paint the hall. I want to paint the bathroom. We need a new toilet. I need this. I need that. We need a new daybed in the guest room. For the love of God. When they get on a roll, it's like, where do you stop? She says, hey, I need this one more thing. I promise, this will be it. This is all. So, yeah, right. Morning to the world-famous cool breeze. I know you had dialed us up last night. You lost your signal, I guess. You dial us up now because we've got wide open lines here. Final hour underway. And again, it's 844-844-3388. I mentioned the shutdown. Ontario in Canada had done some shutdowns here several weeks ago. They started them. I think it was going to be like another month of shutdown. New travel restrictions have gone into effect in New Brunswick, Canada, in response to COVID, and truckers say they could force drivers out of the industry. Their new travel restrictions require anyone, including truck drivers, to isolate for 14 days after returning from travel outside of New Brunswick. Now, these new rules went into effect like a week ago Saturday. While the restrictions allow for truck drivers to leave their home to get their necessities of life during the 14-day period, as long as they do not come in direct contact with anyone, drivers say, obviously, this 14-day isolation period is not realistic for truck drivers who are constantly coming and going for work. This may force drivers out of the industry. 2 weeks of mandatory isolation can be difficult to manage for a working truck driver, you think? There was a group of truckers that gathered at the New Brunswick-Nova Scotia border protesting the restrictions, while the executive director of the Atlantic Province's Trucking Association said he plans to speak with the government officials to figure out how we can better accommodate the truck drivers. We need everybody out there. We need everybody working in a good environment. We've got to travel, though. It's not that we're doing it out of our own will. It's that we have to. If you're not driving your truck, you're not making a living, right? So that's got to be some of the harshest restrictions I've seen anywhere. And while we're underway with 72-hour road check, here it is, starting today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You can already circle our next dates on the calendar. When's our next big enforcement blitz? Well, that's coming up in July. That will be this year's Operation Safe Driver Week. Actually, not 3 days, but an entire week. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance will be placing an emphasis on speeding this year, July the 11th through the 17th. Looking for drivers engaging in risky behavior in or around commercial vehicles. Now, this decision to focus on speeders comes after an increased number of traffic fatalities. Even despite less travel last year due to the COVID pandemic, the roads, especially through March, April, into May of last year, were nearly vacant in the morning. There wasn't really per se a morning rush or an afternoon rush like you would normally see. The estimated rate of death on roads last year increased 24% over the previous 12-month period. How's that even possible? When the number of miles driven dropped by at least 13%, they say. According to the numbers from the National Safety Council, this was the highest increase in the rate of death calculated by the National Safety Council in 96 years. So for Operation Safe Driver Week, in addition to speeding, law enforcement will be tracking other dangerous behaviors, reckless or aggressive driving, distracted driving, following too closely. You name it. All right, you'll be issued a warning or you may get yourself a citation. Data shows that traffic stops and interactions with law enforcement help reduce problematic driving behaviors. By making contact with drivers during Operation Safe Driver Week, law enforcement personnel aim to make the roads safer, target the high-risk driving behaviors. Going back to last year, even in 2020, when they did hold Operation Safe Driver, nearly 11,000 warnings or citations were being issued. So it's Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance teaming up with the FMCSA. Mark it on your calendar, July the 11th through the 17th. All right, rolling toward news break time. Hey, good morning, Moon. Starting today with Steve, are you? Okay, MOON, that spells party. Good old Gary. Good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in. Larry's online out there this morning. Welcome aboard, Larry. And all right, of course, some of you can give us a ring. We got about 30 minutes left in the program as we head into a Tuesday. More on our travelers' weather coming up. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Food and Drug Administration is expected to give its approval to the Pfizer COVID vaccine for its use for teens as young as 12. That approval is expected to come as soon as next week. Pfizer said in March that its shot was found to be safe and effective in kids ages 12 to 15 after releasing data from a preliminary study. The company said that the young participants experienced side effects similar to those suffered by adults and that there were no recorded cases of COVID-19 in the study's more than 2,000 participants. Moderna is also expected to seek approval for its shot to be used on younger Americans. And following criticism from some fellow Democrats, President Biden said Monday that he will raise the cap on refugee admissions to 62,500 after initially indicating that he would leave the cap at levels set by former President Trump. Biden said in February that he wanted to raise the cap, but faced harsh criticism from Democratic lawmakers last month after indicating that he would leave the cap at 15,000. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. emissions. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, springtime, which means summer. Summertime just around the corner. And the prognosticators have broke it all down for us. What they think we've got coming our way. So let's take a quick look here. Summer weather will waste no time arriving this year. And while some are counting down the days to spend more time in the sun on a warm beach, yeah, others may be hoping that some of the more dangerous weather elements don't end up like a repeat of last year. Of course, the summer of 2021, not to be soon forgotten. Not only, of course, the pandemic, but the extreme weather across the country. When Phoenix shattered their record for the most 110-degree days in 1 year. Colorado experienced the 4 largest wildfires in that state's history. The Atlantic, of course, spawned a record-setting 30 named tropical systems, 11 of which made landfall in the U.S. That's what you call a hyperactive hurricane season. So they start pushing the numbers. Folks from Phoenix to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, have already had a preview of summer warmth this spring. People in snowy Denver may have been wondering if the flakes are ever going to stop falling. Denver you saw more than 80 inches of snowfall this season. Yeah, you saw more than a foot of snow in the month of April alone. All right, as the nation heads into the second consecutive summer during a global pandemic, signs of normalcy are beginning to return. To find out what summer looks like in your area, here's kind of a breakdown. Looks like the stifling heat of summer may not take hold right away from the I-95 corridor to the shores of the Great Lakes. That doesn't mean necessarily that your air conditioner is going to be able to take it easy this year. First part of the summer will be featuring frequent thunderstorms across the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, and the Midwest. That's going to limit the potential for long-duration heat waves. Now, the long-range forecasters believe several rounds of stronger storms could sweep across the region, particularly in June and July. In addition to the garden variety summer storms that pop up on any given warm, humid afternoon, thunderstorms would be beneficial for some areas in the Northeast and the Midwest, dealing with moderate drought. As we look ahead July to August, there's also going to be a flip in the weather pattern that will open the door for the hottest conditions of the entire summer. We could have a dry spell later in the summer that could spark some intense heat for a period of time. Taking a look at the Southeast, brace for another busy hurricane season. Right on the heels of the 2020, one for the record books hurricane season. Yeah, some communities along the Gulf Coast still recovering following several strikes by powerful storms. Louisiana, you were hit particularly hard. Let's see. The overall impacts from tropical systems this year is expected to be a bit lower than the past few years, but it's not a zero. We do feel there could be a named storm in June, but the way the pattern's setting up in June in the eastern U.S., anything that might develop may be forced away from the coast or head well down to the south towards Mexico or southern Texas. The other zone where there's an elevated threat for tropical strike stretches from the Atlantic coast of Florida through the Carolinas. Well, not predicted to be a season like 2020. This season is expected to be another above-average season. AccuWeather predicting 16 to 20 named storms, 7 to 10 hurricanes, and 3 to 5 direct hits on the USA. Biggest concern is the fact that water temperatures across the Atlantic are already warmer than normal over a large part of the Atlantic basin. That's one of the key ingredients for hurricane formation. All right, for residents who live along stretches of the Gulf Coast and the Atlantic seaboard, you need to prepare for potential impacts from tropical storms. The Storm Prediction Center reported 253 tornadoes in 2021 as of April 23rd, below the average of typically about 400 for late April. They're looking for a big uptick in tornado activity here in May and June. In other words, what we've seen over the last few days, we're in the process, we're going to begin probably catching up. AccuWeather's predicting between 1,300 and 1,400 twisters by the end of this year. That is actually slightly higher than the number of tornadoes in 2020. All right, across the plains, we're still going to be watching for the possibility of a flare-up of storms, mainly central areas during the month of May, June, and early July. Shall we take a quick look out west? Yeah, well, looks like one of the biggest differences between the summer of last year and this summer will be evident across the southwest. We do feel we see signs the monsoon will be stronger than last year and maybe provide enough precip for at least a little help for folks in the short term in the interior southwest. Yeah, I remember very well last summer the monsoon was all but non-existent, barely any rain. Las Vegas went 240 consecutive days without measurable rainfall. That smashed the previous record by nearly 100 days, if you could imagine. Phoenix also experienced an exceptionally dry summer last year. Lack of clouds, lack of rain. That's what propelled the city to break the record for the most 110-degree days in a calendar year. 53 days at 110 or higher last year, blowing past the old record of 33. They should not come close to that record again this year because we're anticipating more moisture from the monsoon, so that would be some good news. So there's kind of a look at your prognostication for the summer of 2022. Meanwhile, we're all kind of wondering, what are we going to be paying at the pump? Yeah, it's beginning to get painful for some around the country. Gas prices continue to increase in or around, especially Southern California. And that appeared to be a similar trend nationwide, where other states are all seeing an increase as well. We're not paying anything like they're paying there in Southern California, though. The average price of a gallon of regular in the Beverly Grove area of California, $4.99 a gallon for the cheapo unleaded, $5.99 a gallon for premium. One commuter who says, I commute almost 100 miles per day. Right now, I spend almost $100 on gas. And with the fuel prices, there's definitely an increase. Prices at the pump, you typically see a little bit higher prices this time of year. You're switching over to the summer blends and all that, right? But what they've been talking about this year, we've got a new factor, a shortage of tanker truck drivers. With the fuel prices, there's definitely an increase because the cost to deliver to the station. According to Joe Keith of Pacific Gas Lines, he says a 50 to 80% drop in delivery requests due to the COVID and the stay-at-home orders last year has led to a drop in qualified drivers. What we really need is more people coming in. An increase in drivers could bring the prices down and prevent what industry leaders fear could actually be a shortage of fuel at gas stations across the country this year. It's hardly able to keep up with demand right now, he's saying. I'd love to say yes to all these people, but we only have so many drivers that are equipped and qualified. These poor guys are working extra days, and you're putting more and more demand on these poor guys. The tanker industry is recruiting heavily right now. Becoming a qualified driver, they say, could take as little as 6 months, starting wages around $80,000 a year. Does that sound about right for a tanker yanker? Is that just the numbers in California? All right, so there you go. Prices on the increase around the country. Now, I mentioned that section of the most deadly section of interstate around the country, that section of I-4. And someone just sent this to me. He said, hey, Steve, check this out. Had you ever heard of this? Halfway between Daytona and Orlando, there's a quarter-mile section of Interstate 4 known to the locals as the Dead Zone. This short span of asphalt located in Seminole County at the south end of the interstate bridge across the St. Johns River has become legendary for its high number of traffic accidents. Depending on the source, there have been an estimated 1,048 to as much as 1,740 car crashes at this location since the highway was opened in 1963, many of which involved fatalities. Florida Highway Department records showed that in just a 24-month period, beginning in 1995, there were 44 accidents injuring 65 motorists. State officials blame it on the traffic congestion for the unusually high number of cases. Others attribute the cause to something a little more sinister. To understand, we need to take a little time trip back in local history. Prior to 1880, this area was an untamed wilderness, cut by a rutted sand road leading to a hand-operated river ferry. In 1886, a small railroad station was built, and the area was platted into 10-acre parcels in a scheme to start a Roman Catholic colony called St. Joseph's Colony. Yeah, long story short, by 1890, St. Joseph's Colony had evolved into the rural town of Lake Monroe, so named for the local man, a man named D.V. Warren, purchased the land north of the railroad, cleared it for his farming, except for the tiny cemetery. When Albert Hawkins bought the land from Mr. Warren in 1905, the graves were kind of like an island in the middle of a cultivated field. But time had pretty much erased the names on the old wooden markers. In other words, that section of I-4 goes right through what was previously a graveyard. You can find headlines from the archives in regards to, does I-4 have a haunted past? Do paved over souls haunt I-4? Interstate 4 covered up a pioneer family's grave site. What's buried beneath I-4? Okay, that's from the strange but true section. What's buried beneath I-4? Maybe a little more sinister. All right, what are we looking at here? A punch over to the radar scene. Still dealing with severe thunderstorms. Northwestern Tennessee, westernmost reaches of Kentucky have not seen any additional tornado warnings over the last hour or so. But according to forecasters, that's going to be beginning to tick up as we progress, especially into the heating of the day. And a much broader area will be anticipating strong storms, possibly tornadoes, as we progress on into a Tuesday. Couple of other tidbits to get here as we begin to wind things down here on a Tuesday morning. From our friends at OOIDA, it's called the Drive Safe Act. In regards to trucking, it received a surge of support last week as 5 more co-sponsors signed on to the bill that's aimed at allowing under the age of 21 drivers to operate in interstate commerce. I'd imagine you've got some of these representatives hearing things about, we don't have enough tanker truck drivers, there's a driver shortage, and they're becoming convinced that it's the real deal this time. The bill, Senate Bill 659 from Senator Todd Young of Indiana, now has 14 co-sponsors after adding Senator Roy Blunt, Susan Collins, James Reich, Mike Braun, and Roger Wicker. They all lent their support in recent days. Now, we know the drill. Right now, you've got to be over the age 21, at least 21 or older, to cross state lines. The Drive Safe Act would reduce that to 18-year-olds to operate around the country. Proponents of the bill say this is looking to tackle the driver shortage in the industry today. OIDA continues to say the evidence does not support the theory of a driver shortage, that the increased pay could alleviate any issues with recruitment and retention. Now, when we spoke to Horse Feathers last evening, he's out there hauling the propane, and he said what he's hearing is also that some of these tanker drivers are dealing with, they're leaving for better paying jobs. So just like the driver churning overall in the industry, especially in certain segments, that's in part what we're kind of seeing with so many of the tanker drivers having left their jobs. I guess when demand dropped so dramatically last year, many of those tanker drivers were being told to sit home for periods, maybe extended periods of time. And they're like, the hell with this. I'm going to find a job doing something else. All right, and lastly, one last tidbit here. In the state of Pennsylvania, it's common sense. Most of us around the country know to do this. But if you fail to steer clear of emergency response areas with the whole slow down sort of thing, the move over law, as it's called, you're going to pay a hefty price. And that new law took effect last week, as a matter of fact. If you're not familiar, Pennsylvania's move over law requires drivers approaching an emergency response area who are unable to safely merge into a lane further away from the emergency response vehicles to slow down to at least 20 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. Now, What is an emergency response area? Well, that's where an emergency vehicle has their lights flashing, where road crews or emergency responders have lighted flares, posted signs, anything trying to warn travelers. The bill was signed into law last October, slated to go in effect 180 days later. And that's where you find yourself. Yeah. Now, even a broken down vehicle, a disabled vehicle, is covered by the Move Over law when they're displaying at least two of the following markings. You got your hazard lights on, your emergency flashers, caution signs or other sort of a traffic control device, or you've got road flares. So pay attention to that. Now, offenders face fines up to $250. If you're a repeat offender, you double that. For a subsequent offense, about a $1,000 fine. And the new law also imposes a 2-point penalty for failure to merge into the lane next to the emergency response area. So points on your license. And there you go. All right, we'll close things out here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. Again, going to be kind of a rough and tumble day. Be careful out there with your travels. As, again, a broad area of the country stretching from Texas, Oklahoma, all the way up into parts of the Ohio Valley. Could be talking strong to severe weather as we progress on into the afternoon. And just based on the fact that even during the overnight hours, the storms have waned a little bit in intensity, but many of these things are really still packing a punch this morning, and they're going to be growing rapidly as temperatures begin warm up on into the day. So see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.